Show of hand. All right, it does look like we all have the copy of the agenda. And then in terms of the agenda, we are now on item number 1. Which is opening and welcome. Shall we close our eyes to observe a moment of silence for prayer and meditation? Amen. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I will then give my opening welcoming remarks. I would like to welcome members of the committee, the Honorable Minister of Higher Education and Training, Dr. B. Nzimande, and the departmental officials. Let me also welcome the Deputy Chairperson of Council of Stellenbosch University, Professor van der Walt, Rector and Vice Chancellor, Professor de Villiers, and the management team, the Chairperson of the Institutional Forum, and the SRC represented by the SRC President. Last but not least, let me also welcome the media, members of the public, and other distinguished guests. Well, honorable members, as we meet today, we're meeting in 2015, in the year 2015. 21 years after the introduction of our democracy. We are meeting at the time when this country have one of the best constitutions in the world, and this constitution is anchored on the Bill of Rights. We are meeting at the time when we have adopted the Higher Education Act, when we have an approved white paper on post-school education and training, and we have other laws, many laws, but one of those that I would like to touch on this morning is your Employment Equity Act. These, honorable members, are policies that government have put in place to regulate the education landscape. We had to converge here this morning because of the noises that we hear coming from the University of Stellenbosch. So the reason for our convergence is to hear from the university leadership on what exactly is happening at this institution, which has got a very, very good reputation on their performance. One of the best, or let me put it this way, one of our best in the country. Of course, we're meeting also to hear what is to be done as we move forward, because we're looking forward to a bright and a better future, not for us, but for our children. I have invited the Minister of the Department of Higher Education and Training to come and give us an overview of the Department of Higher Education and Training. And we would also invite the Honorable Minister to feel free to participate as he pleases. I have then issued a letter to Professor de Villiers. Also inviting him and his team to join us this morning to talk to us about their transformation plan and the success in the implementation of their transformation plan. But before that, also tell us about whether they are aware of this and what is it that they will be doing as a turnaround strategy, so that we continue to have peace in that university that will take or create a balance between their good performance, but also and a culture that will be accommodative of everybody in that institution, regardless of their color, race, or creed. So we are about finding a way of balancing between the two, because we don't want to lose out on this good performance. And it is true, when we talk about universities, we brag about this good performance. But then we also do not want this negative aspect that has caused this meeting to sit today to impact negatively on this good performance. I must upfront say that we believe in the rector. I hope the minister is not hearing me here. In one of our interactions, that's the feeling I got, that he strongly believes in your leadership, sir. And not only that, we also believe in your management, because your university is the only university that has got a lot of doctorates at a management level. Now that should tell you about the quality leadership that this institution has. But then we also are looking forward to quality output and quality outcome from this quality leadership. Indeed, it is about a bright and a better future for the young people of this country that we look upon as the future leaders of this country. And we believe in your capability in doing just that. So with these few words, I really would like to welcome all of you. Please feel free And the approach is, this is our meeting. So let's make the best out of this meeting. Now, these are my few remarks. I will then move on to the next item on the agenda, which is apologies. I'll ask the Secretary to read the apologies to the meeting.
Thank you, Chair. We receive an apology from Professor Kobisa, who is in KZN. We'll also receive an apology from the Deputy Minister, who is currently on study leave, and also received an apology from the Chairperson of the Stellenbosch University Council, Mr. George Stein, who could not attend the meeting owing to other commitments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We take note of these apologies. And we'll then move on to item number 3, which is introduction. We have to introduce ourselves so that we know who is here, and that is another way of making people to feel at ease. All right. I am commonly known as Pinky, but my official name is Yvonne Posa. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training. I will then ask the whip to introduce himself. Start with the honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Denike Kana. I am the whip of the committee, the Portfolio Committee. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Sipombata. I'm a member of the committee.
Thank you.
Morning. My name is Suela Elvis, member of the committee.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sibongile Mchunu, a member of the committee.
Thank you.
Morning, Belinda Bozzoli, committee member.
Thank you, Professor.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pumzile Van Dam, and I'm a member of Parliament.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. I'm Dr. Corneille Mulder. I'm a member of Parliament. I'm not a member of the committee. I'm Chief Whip of the Freedom Front Plus, and I'm obviously interested in the discussions this morning.
You're welcome, sir.
Morning, everyone. My name is Kwekwema Umapila, a member of the committee.
Thank you.
Morning. My name is Yusuf Kassim, member of the committee.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Julie Kilian. I'm also a member of the committee.
Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Nkadimien Frida, member of the committee.
Thank you very much. We'll then ask the department over to the Honorable Minister.
Sorry. Thanks, Chair. My name is Bong Nkosi Nzimande, Minister of Higher Education and Training.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Any other person from the department?
My name is Stephanie Alles. I'm the Special Advisor to the Minister.
Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Mahlubi Mabizela. I'm the Chief Director in the Department of Higher Education and Training.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Filia Vukea, also from the department.
Thank you very much. I'll now move over to the university and ask Professor de Villiers to...
Good morning, Madam Chairman. I'm Wim de Villiers, Rector and Vice Chancellor of Stellenbosch University.
We're happy to have you here, sir.
Morning, Madam. I am Nico Koopman. I am Vice Rector for Social Impact, Transformation and Personnel.
Thank you very much. If you can switch off your mics. Thank you very much. And Prof, you will then guide us. Who else, I've handed over to you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Pieter van der Walt. I'm the Vice Chairman of Council.
Thank you.
Morning to everyone. Leroux Burrows, Chairperson of Institutional Forum at Stellenbosch University.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gents. My name is Stefan Lang, and I'm the current Chairperson of the SRC.
Thank you. Welcome, President.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Apolile Krina, and I'm the incoming Chairperson of the SRC.
Welcome, incoming President.
Good morning, Chair, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Arnold Skoenwinkel,
I'm the Vice Rector for Learning and Teaching.
Thank you, Vice Rector.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jerome Slamat. I'm the Executive Manager of the Rectorate at Stellenbosch University.
Thank you. Is that all? Okay. I think we now know who is sitting in this meeting. The key players in the meeting. Let me once more welcome all of you. Please feel free. Let's engage. I'm looking forward to a meaningful and a constructive engagement that will give us a constructive outcome that will take this nation. You'll see I'm looking beyond yourselves, this nation forward. Shall we then go to item number 4, whereby I will then invite the Honourable Minister to address us. Over to you, Honourable Minister.
Honourable Chairperson, Sis Pinky Posa, as we call you, all the members, honourable members of the committee and honourable members of Parliament who are here, the Deputy Chair of Council of Stellenbosch and the Vice Chancellor, Professor de Villiers, and all the senior management from the university who are here, and officials from my department. Thank you very much, Chairperson, firstly for the invitation. I will just explain now what I intend doing in terms of my contextualization as I was requested by yourself. But let me also, by the way, welcome the convening of this meeting with the invitation of the University of Stellenbosch. I wish you could do more of this, Chairperson, as the Portfolio Committee. Because much as our universities are autonomous, but they are also accountable as public institutions. And I think it's proper for the committee to do more of such hearings. So I congratulate you for this. But also I want to say that thanks for the invitation that I participate as I wish. And also I need to say up front that much as I'm willing to take questions, but the focus must not be on me, I hope. That we must focus on engagement with the university as per the purpose of the meeting. I'm not saying that I can't be asked questions, but at the same time, I think that we need to then not defocus. And what do I intend to do, hopefully not long, Chairperson, is perhaps to contextualize Stellenbosch University within what the things that we've been doing as a department, broadly on issues of transformation, including on matters that have arisen, for instance, from the video Leicester. And what do we also intend to do as part of addressing issues of transformation at university? I must also say up front, by the way, I welcome the innovation and initiative by those who produced Leicester. Just like I welcomed the initiatives of Rhodes Must Fall campaign, for the simple reason that the challenges that face our institutions, much as government has got a very important role to play, government alone will not be able to tackle some of these things that we are talking about. think also, by the way, it's a challenge to mainstream media now that social media is really beating them to the game. Let me just talk firstly about the issue of racism in higher education in South Africa, because this is a matter that we must continue to confront. Professor Salim Badat, the former Vice-Chancellor of Rhodes University, said this in 2010, and I want to quote him. Institutional cultures at historically white institutions may, in differing ways and to varying degrees, compromise equity of opportunity and outcomes. The specific histories of these institutions, lingering racist and sexist conduct, the overwhelming predominance of white academics and administrators and male academics, the underrepresentation of black and women academics and role models, and the continuing challenge of appreciating diversity and difference could all combine to reproduce institutional cultures that are experienced by black, women, and working class and rural poor students as alienating and exclusionary. Unquote. Now, Chairperson, you may recall that after the unfortunate Ritz incident at the University of the Free State, where black workers were made to drink urine by young white students, Minister Pandor, then was Minister of Education, appointed Professor Craig Sudin from UCT to do an investigation into racism and other discriminatory practices in our universities. He came to the similar conclusion as Professor Badat, which was earlier, that racism is rife, especially in former white universities in our country, and that's a reality we must face. And then he made recommendations, because I think it's important, Chair, just to remind ourselves, because that may form the background and context for engagement. He made very important recommendations. With your permission, I just want, there are not too many, just to quickly read them. One, he said, additional sources of funding must be sought to support and mentor staff members upon their entry into academia. Secondly, the vice-chancellors of the institutions must be held directly accountable for the achievement of employment equity targets. Council should take direct responsibility for monitoring employment equity by establishing an employment equity subcommittee chaired by an external member of council. Abolishment of de facto racial segregation and discrimination that result in racially defined room allocations. Establishment of processes to ensure that residence committees are demographically representative. Review of student orientation programs to ensure their appropriateness in terms of addressing issues of inclusivity and diversity. Banning of all initiation ceremonies and activities, irrespective of whether an activity causes bodily harm or not. And an establishment of a toll-free and anonymous complaints line to allow students to register infringements of this policy. Development of transformation charters and clear transformation framework, including transformation indicators, accompanied by targets which should form the basis of the Vice-Chancellor's performance contract. And establishment of independent ombudsman offices for dealing with all complaints relating to discrimination within the institution. I thought that, Chair and honorable members, it's important that we remind ourselves of this, because it's very important. I'm doing this for two purposes, partly to report on what we have done, but also to set the background against which we need to be engaging. Now, as I say, it is very important for all in society to fight the scourge of racism, sexism, and other discriminatory practices in our institutions. Also, Chairperson, it's very important that in approaching this matter as a department, we've been quite firm that we will fight all attempts to use institutional autonomy in order to pursue anti-transformation practices. And we do have that in our country. There can be no institutional autonomy to pursue racism whatsoever. That's unconstitutional. Or other exclusionary practices. By the way, one day maybe we'll debate this, Chairperson. There is nothing inherently progressive about institutional autonomy. It depends on you use it towards what end. Institutional autonomy is meant to promote academic freedom and hopefully, in our case in South Africa, to create inclusive institutions. It can't be used to then pursue other things. Now, Chair, very briefly then, what actions have we taken as a department, broadly in the area of transformation, but I'm just going to highlight mainly some of the issues that perhaps are at stake. I'll end up by talking about University of Stellenbosch a little bit specifically, but let me start this. We do have, the issue of language is at the heart also of what we are discussing. There is language policy in higher education. That was passed a long time ago in 2002. I think the minister was Professor Asma at the time. And that language policy, we've been repeating it. And that, for instance, if I can just quote a section of the language policy, section 6, it says, I quote, "The challenge facing higher education is to ensure the simultaneous development of a multilingual environment in which all our languages are developed as academic scientific languages, while at the same time ensuring that the existing languages of instruction do not serve as a barrier to access and success." Unquote. That's the language policy adopted by government in 2002. Now, I want to put the challenge quite bluntly. In 1996, on the eve of finalizing the constitution of our country, I was the main negotiator for the education clauses of the constitution on behalf of the ANC. I was called by President Mandela to Tennessee, and when I arrived there, there was about 25 different groups of Afrikaner groups, including political parties, worried about the issue of Afrikaans as a language and its future. And also at the same time, there was a demand that one of the universities must be set aside as an Afrikaans university. We did not accede to that because we said, whilst Afrikaans as a language, it's a wonderful example, by the way, of the development of a language, must be protected as a South African language. But to then say you can have an institution that is exclusively Afrikaans in the medium of instruction, that would be discriminatory. It will go against access. And that wasn't a position against Afrikaans as a language. It was a very difficult meeting. I remember it very well. But we ended up saying, as government, we cannot accede to that. Now, I want to be blunt. 21 years into our democracy, we can't really be having this as an endless matter that is not resolved. Chairperson, I want to leave it to your discussion here as the portfolio committee. Shouldn't we really be saying that in a country like South Africa, whilst Afrikaans must be used as a medium of instruction, but equally, English must be used as another medium of instruction. In all the institutions where that is the case. I'm not saying, and in that context, also be developing African languages into becoming languages of science and academia, which some of our universities, by the way, have started in a very interesting way. Is that not what we should actually be saying? Because I share the sentiment, by the way, of English imperialism. With many African speakers, I share that we must be careful that we don't get swallowed by English imperialism. But that's a reality that English now is the dominant language of communication in higher education and across institutions. How do we ensure that because of that reality, we promote, therefore, in an institution like Stellenbosch, equally Afrikaans and English as medium of instruction? Let alone the fact that, by the way, for many black students, that's not too helpful because black students are still expected to study in English. I had to write all my exams from primary school right up to university in English as my second language. Many students fail not because they are stupid, but because of the issue of language. But that's not where I am. I intend, before the end of this year, convening a seminar on languages in higher education, so that we get a further opportunity to engage with the sector, with the university sector in particular. Chair, also what I've done, in April I met with some of the former Afrikaans universities. Now I did that not because I want South African universities to remain permanently former black, former Afrikaans and so on. But the reality is that we've been getting particular types of complaints from some of the former Afrikaans universities consistently. Initiation, the issue of language and institutional cultures that many black students feel they can't be freely part of these institutions. And I raised this and we agreed that indeed there are things that are being done and we need to continue with them so that all of our 26 universities become inclusive. I have also established the Transformation Oversight Committee, which I'm also going to be drawing in to look into these matters that are happening. I must say also I had a meeting with Professor de Villiers at his initiative, which was really wonderful. We had a very lengthy discussion. And Chair, I would like to agree with you that, firstly, I think we must recognize the effort that was being put by the late Professor Portman. May his soul rest in peace. And from some of the things that I've seen Professor de Villiers doing, I'm very hopeful that perhaps this could be now the continuation of a journey to really begin to change Stellenbosch to become a South African university. Now, here is another thing that I want to say. Maybe before I continue with Stellenbosch, let me just mention also just a few other things. Chairperson, I have invited the committee. I'm convening a university summit in October at the ICC in Durban. We'll have about 400 delegates from across all the constituencies to discuss transformation. And I want that summit not to be a talk shop, but to actually concretely identify transformation issues and targets and what is to be done. And hopefully out of that, each institution can be able to translate that kind of consensus, which I hope will emerge there, to be able to create an environment for the kinds of institutions that we need to have. By the way, on languages, what I intend doing as well, because I've realized now that, I've got this power that I dispense money to the universities. So the funding formula must promote multilingualism. I want to factor it in, Professor Pozzoli, into the funding formula for universities. That certain monies cannot be used for anything else other than to promote multilingualism and to implement the language policy. Because Professor Sudin, for instance, says all universities have got wonderful language policies, but they do not implement it. Now, if then we say, okay, here is money, of course we need more than money, but that's one way of actually doing it. And by the way, we are also launching we have started the Staffing South African Universities framework, so that we really begin to change also the demographics of academia and our professoriate. Now, the last thing, Chair, that I want to say then is just a few remarks about the University of Stellenbosch. You know, University of Stellenbosch is one of our highly respected universities globally. And as an institution, it has got extensive international relations. I remember one day I was in Beijing, which I frequent, and one former ambassador to South Africa, Chinese, who was requesting that he knows I'm busy, but he would like to see me. So I maneuvered and created space, and we had a meeting. What was he wanting? Can I please facilitate an engagement with Stellenbosch University? Because they've identified the university that it could help them to establish a business school in one Chinese university. That's just one small, tiny example. Now, I think that the challenge for Stellenbosch also, I'm raising this because we must be careful that we protect that image of Stellenbosch. Because the things that are in Leicester could potentially undermine the image and the standing of University of Stellenbosch, not only just nationally, but globally as well. And we need to accept that some of the things that we need to address have got an impact in terms of the standing of Stellenbosch. And we must protect Stellenbosch as one of our top universities. I'm committed to doing that, but it has to be a change, Stellenbosch. It has to be a change, Stellenbosch. So that is very important. I welcome the initiatives also that, as I have said, I see the Vice-Chancellor taking up. But what is the issue? I hope that in this discussion also we're going to be frank and be honest. That part of the problem, I told this to Professor de Villiers, that from where I'm seated, there are very conservative interests around Stellenbosch University that are resisting transformation. That still want some of them to keep it as an exclusive Afrikaans university, as if it's in the mid-1980s. Now, I put this, I'm being frank and be open, that let's not be denialist. Who are those? I think we need to open that. And how do we deal with that? How do we deal with that? I want to assure the university that on our side as a department, we will support you and seek to strengthen you as a quality institution, but a changed institution. The journey of transformation needs to be radicalized. It cannot be that in South Africa today you can still have a university with a majority white students, for example. Even in a place like Western Cape. Even in a place like Western Cape, you would at least to expect Stellenbosch to have majority colored students, for argument's sake. So academia, of course, it's a problem across all the universities. It's not just a situation across most of our universities. 83% of South African professors are white. That's what we hope will begin to change. By the way, the staffing South African universities, we gave Stellenbosch 5, is it PhDs? NGAP, the new generation of academics, and the university added 20 black. So these are the signals that I think Professor de Villiers means well. And we will work with the university, but on a journey and on a path to transformation. There is lots that I could say, Chairperson, but because I'm conscious that I can't take all your time, this is the time of the Portfolio Committee and the university. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for setting such a good tone. I will now call upon Professor de Villiers to give us a briefing on the areas of focus that were indicated in your letter, say. Over to you. But sorry, before that, you said you brought the deputy chair of the council, am I right? Oh. Now, I would like to know whether you want me to, so everything is in your hands. So we are all safe in Professor de Villiers' hands now. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Minister, honourable members, thanks for the invitation. We're extremely glad to be here, and we welcome the opportunity to engage with all stakeholders. And we're here to update the Portfolio Committee on transformation at Stellenbosch University and also discuss specific concerns. So we're first going to do a presentation from the management side and then the other stakeholders. So from my side, there will be an introduction, and I will respond to the issues raised in the Luister or Listen video. Professor Nico Koopman, who's the Vice Rector for Social Impact, Transformation and Personnel, will talk on our transformation initiatives and the progress with regard to that. And Professor Arnold Skoonwinkel, the Vice Rector of Deputy Vice Chancellor of Learning and Teaching, will specifically discuss the language policy, the plan and its implementation, and I'll make some brief concluding remarks. And that will be followed by the stakeholders, our Deputy, the Vice Chair of our Council, Professor P.W. van der Walt, will briefly present, and Mr. Leroux Burrows of the Institutional Forum, and for the SRC, both the outgoing chair, Mr. Stefan Lang, and the incoming chair, Mr. Atkolile Klina, will present. So, Chairperson, a few remarks just to set the scene. So, University of Stellenbosch is one out of 26 public universities in South Africa. It was established in 1918 by an act of Parliament. It has its roots in higher education in 1866. Interestingly, this Act of Parliament also established the University of Cape Town as a university. So it is a research-intensive university, and actually, over the last number of years, has the highest per capita output of publication, masters, and doctorates in the country. So there are 10 faculties. Of which the most distinguishing ones, the ones that differentiate us, would be those in agricultural sciences, medicine and health sciences, military science, and also theology. We have 5 campuses. We have campuses at Stellenbosch, at Tygerberg, at Belleville Park, where the business school is, and the School for Public Leadership, at Saldanha, where the Faculty of Military Science is, and also we have a very active rural campus, a rural platform, the Ukwanda platform at Worcester. So we have, this year, for the first time, we breached 30,000 students. So we have 30,150 students. And 1/3 of this number would be postgraduate. So 1/3 postgraduate, 14% of them are postgraduate, and they come from 117 countries. And 56% of our international students come from elsewhere in Africa. So what about our actual student body? So at this time in 2015, 62% of our student body would be white, 38% black, colored, and Indian, with the projected numbers according to the department in 2019 as depicted there, 56% white in 2019, 44% black, colored, and Indian. But with our own figures, projected numbers in 2020, that we want to reach the figure that the minister said, a majority being black, colored, Indian. So there would be a total of 4,335 staff members, of whom 1/3, or nearly 3,000, would be, of which 1,400 would be academic, and the professional and support staff, 2,900. Of that group, about 50% of them are black, colored, and Indian. But it's in the, as the minister pointed out, it is in the academic staff makeup that we face our biggest challenge in terms of demographics, with only 17% of our academic staff being black, colored, and Indian. And that is why the initiatives that the minister referred to with regard to NGAP, and also a 70 million rand investment from the Rector's Strategic Personnel Fund would really be targeted at to improve that demographic profile. So, as the minister also alluded, we see transformation as a journey. We have irrevocably moved from being a historically white, formerly Afrikaans institution towards what you can see on the right there, that it's a non-racial, multilingual, national and international asset that no longer just caters for one particular section of the population, but that we are extremely proud to be serving all and generating knowledge in the service of all. And there's a long history of this, because it was already stated in a 2000 strategic framework that the university clearly acknowledges its contribution to the injustices of the past, and it commits itself to appropriate redress and development initiatives. And this apology for the role of Stellenbosch in the injustice of the past has been repeatedly acknowledged since that time by several vice-chancellors before myself, and I also did so in my inauguration speech. So this laid the foundation for what you could see was a greater equity and also service in disadvantaged areas. So that in 2013, and I've brought copies along of our institutional intent and strategy document, as well as our research report for 2014 and the annual report for 2014, as well as copies of our presentations. In 2013, the university, under the leadership of Professor Botman, came up with an institutional intent and strategy document to position the university in the 21st century. And that states, as clearly seen there, it's inclusive, we're innovative, we're future-focused, as we see ourselves as a place of discovery and excellence, where both staff and students are thought leaders in advancing knowledge in the service of all stakeholders. So, because where we want to move from is the strategy of being more inclusive, we want to broaden access and diversity. More innovative, we want to maintain academic excellence. We want to be more future-focused. We are intent on having local relevance, being globally competitive, but having a social impact for a better tomorrow. So these are some of the other key words in our institutional intent and strategy document. Multilingualism, an African footprint, a diverse commitment. And a few of the examples of the social impact that we're striving for. On the top left is an area that's very dear to our heart in Stellenbosch, in the community there, is Die Vlakte. Die Vlakte is an area where there were forced removals in the 60s. The university is committed to restitution there by rededicating the historic Look-Off School for use through the community. And there's a memory room that talks about the history in that area. In my inauguration speech, I announced several bursaries for descendants from people who had lived in the Vlakte. On the top right, just in this past month, we launched through the Department of History a oral history research project in Kayamandi, which is a black community township outside Stellenbosch. It's actually the second oldest black township in Cape Town after Langa. So it was founded in 1941. So the university is going to be intimately involved in this knowledge generating research. At the bottom left, Hope at Marties, which is a project for high school learners to get extra classes to get that pipeline, develop that pipeline, and to get them to university. We have, on the bottom right, the African Doctoral Academy, where we are fast-tracking PhDs for South Africa and also for the continent. So we are proud of the transformation legacy of Professor Botman, who we lost a sitting vice-chancellor for the first time on the 28th of June last year. And it was a big shock to our system, but the university and we are committed to the course that he set. So I took over as vice-chancellor on the 1st of April 2015. I was inaugurated at the end of April, so I'm very much a newcomer. It's today, actually. It's 5 months in office. So one of our vice rectors is also new. To my left here is Professor Nico Koopman, who has been in his position as Deputy Vice Chancellor for Transformation for the past 2 months. And I'm very glad that he took on that responsibility. His portfolio has been restructured to include transformation to now being at the absolute top level and to carry that forward. And he'll tell us more about this in his submission. So let me now turn to the Luister or Listen video. So the video raises very important issues regarding transformation at Stellenbosch University. I watched it with my wife, and we as parents found it extremely uncomfortable. I found it very disturbing. It contains valid, lived experiences of my students. I do not enjoy knowing that they suffer, that they have these experiences. And hearing these narratives of racism and dehumanization is really painful to me as a vice-chancellor. So I'm not going to defend the indefensible. Racism, discrimination, human rights violation, exclusion, marginalization. These things are all wrong. End of story. Except what is wrong, we must be fixed. And we are attempting to do exactly that. We terminated the services in my first month as Vice-Chancellor. We terminated the services of a lecturer who had sent a racist SMS. A student has been suspended from residence while offensive slurs are being investigated. There are various channels for students to report racism, including anonymous, to an ombudsman, ethics hotline, a number of these, and I invite students to do that. We need to understand that there are circumstances of overt, open racism, but there are also many, many circumstances of covert or subtle racism that do occur on our campus. It occurs in our community, and it's a reflection of what occurs in the broader society. But I can assure you that transformation is a top priority for us because it's the right thing to do. So students should be critical. And that is the nature of the open discussion which I've been promoting since day one of my tenure, 5 months ago. And this is in line with the thinking of Johan Degenaar, one of South Africa's greatest philosophers who died recently. He used to be known as the Socrates of Stellenbosch. And he said, in line with what Socrates said, promoted that, is that Socrates said, the unexamined life is not worth living. Degenaar took lots of criticism from the establishment at that time for criticizing apartheid. But he exemplifies the tradition of critical, progressive voices at Stellenbosch. So it's 21 years since the dawn of our democracy. And there's turbulence on campuses countrywide, specifically also at Stellenbosch, which is why we welcome the opportunity to be here and to that Parliament's Oversight Committee is hosting this discussion today. So South Africa is still in transition. The legacy of the past lingers. Unemployment, poverty, racism. The born-frees have arrived on campuses. They're old enough to think for themselves. They see problems and see these problems, but they're also young and energetic enough to want to do something about it. So I'm absolutely clear that change is always difficult. And in fact, if it's not uncomfortable, it's probably not right. But universities would be the place where critical thinking to make these changes and to bring about these changes should occur. So to get back to Leicester, we have no problem with it being critical. In fact, I welcome it. But there are some nuances that should be pointed out. Elsenburg Agricultural Training Institute is not part of Stellenbosch University. Yes, we accredit one of its qualifications, but we have no say whatsoever over the running of that campus. But that's not to say that the experiences of the students there are less important. We must do everything we can to stop racism everywhere. Similarly, off-campus incidents at pubs or clubs, not under the university's control, is difficult for us to monitor. But again, what's wrong is wrong. And we must investigate and engage and act on racism. And this we are doing in consultation and with the municipality of Stellenbosch, club owners, the South African Police Services. Then, there's a perception in the video and on social media that Stellenbosch University management that we refuse to listen to issues. This is simply not true. Most recently, we had a forum on the 13th of August where various student groups that made submissions attended a roundtable discussion. Open Stellenbosch not to participate. This organization refuses to acknowledge legitimate university structures. It has ignored repeated invitations from management and myself to engage, and it's unwilling to follow application processes for mass meetings as prescribed by law. The language of tuition is raised in Leicester, and I said very clearly in my inauguration that Stellenbosch University is not an Afrikaans university, nor is it an English university. It's a world-class multilingual institution because we believe that multilingualism is a competitive advantage in a diverse society. There was a decision by Council in late November last year, November 2014, to move from a stated preference for Afrikaans to an equal footing for English and Afrikaans as languages of tuition. And this policy is now being implemented, and we are 8-9 months in that process. I am not denying that there are problems with implementation. Of course there are. And task teams are investigating this. There's an open invitation to all to raise problems. We are investigating the proposals of Open Stellenbosch, the SRC, and others, and we will report back to the campus and to counsel, and this is an ongoing process. So, because in the end, as have been alluded to, language is a complex and emotive issue given our history in South Africa, and we need to handle it correctly. We must also avoid the danger of polarization, because this is a serious problem for any democracy, because as each side increasingly demonizes the other, compromise becomes more difficult. Social media, I'm very disappointed by this. Social media have become awash with racist slurs from all sides in the wake of Leicester. And what worries me most is the resurgence of an us versus them mentality. We have come too far and we've achieved too much, although there's much to be done still to regress. Now is the time to move forward, but leave no one behind, to make progress, but not at anyone's expense. And this is the spirit in which we would like to address transformation on campus, an open discussion, an oop gesprek, and that is what Deegnar talked about, an open discussion. All sides actively listen. We're open to persuasion. We do not dig in heels. So we're already doing a great deal to promote integration and mutual understanding at Stellenbosch University as we become more diverse. I'm particularly excited about the Listen, Live and Learn initiative in student housing. It's not just restricted to villages, but the principles are applied throughout the system. And these principles are that it encourages the pursuit of ideological pluralism, a safe space for all perspectives, reasoned disagreement, principled dissent, and multiple interpretations. Because as we become more diverse, it's important to get to know each other better. And we want to promote various ways for multicultural understanding. So it's somewhat ironic that the video is entitled Leicester, but I want to put it that we're actually doing much more than Leicester. We have these Leicester Live and Learn initiatives. So we need to open Stellenbosch University even more. We are open to change. It's a collective duty of all of our stakeholders. We're committed to an open discussion. We are listening. We are talking. We will continue to do so because we can all agree on the need to build a university as described in our recent vision and mission, that it's a community characterized by social justice and equal opportunities. We want to leverage the inherent power of diversity, and we want to have inclusive, diverse experiences for students and staff. And these goals can only be achieved through sustained information. We are on this journey of transformation. It's incomplete, it's imperfect, but we are steadfast and committed to this journey. So thank you, and without further ado, over to Professor Koopman for his section on transformation.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Prof.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister Nzimande, Honorable members of the committee, Honorable members of the Department of Higher Education and Training, all protocol observed. Thank you for the opportunity to make a contribution. I will specifically focus on transformation at the university, and I phrase it, as you can see there, transformation at Stellenbosch University, an incomplete and imperfect, but a steadfast journey. The title will structure my brief presentation. We are in a journey of transformation at Stellenbosch University. Our institutional intent and strategy of 2013 builds on the strategic framework of 2000. The intent and strategy is a visionary document of transformation, a lodestar for transformation. It is a framework, a paradigm, a broad visionary plan for transformation And we are glad that Professor Russell Botman, may his soul rest in peace, under his leadership, we could formulate the intent and strategy. And we are thankful that we have in Professor Wim de Villiers somebody who is helping us to say, let us implement this broad plan and vision of transformation. The journey of transformation means that we want to say we are a university that participated in the apartheid wrongs in various ways. But we want to journey away from that to be a university where restitution is practiced and materialized. Our journey is a journey from diverse and apart to diverse and together. South Africans are experts in diverse and apart, but we have to learn so much about life in diversity and togetherness. A journey from exclusion to inclusion. A journey from sole ownership to joint ownership. We want to say, this our students this year emphasized so much. Also the students from Open Stellenbosch, that if we use the word inclusion and we don't qualify it, it can mean accommodation and assimilation. And therefore we say it's not only a journey of inclusion, it's a journey of joint ownership. We want to see that everyone can say Stellenbosch belongs to all of us. A journey from diverse but not excellent to no excellence without diversity. We want to say you cannot be excellent as an institution if you are not diverse. And then a journey from an Afrikaans university to a multilingual university, where we have English and Afrikaans, and where we develop, in our case in the Western Cape, isiXhosa. A journey from a past of division, discrimination, and alienation to a future of togetherness. This is our journey. It's an incomplete journey. It's a journey of ambivalence. You sometimes feel we're making great progress, but then there's regress. It's a journey of good stories, but still also sad and hurtful stories. It is a journey of fallibility. We have so much still to learn. We always risk committing wrongs, and we continually risk omit doing the good. And it is a journey where you say, the destination, we take too long to get to the destination. You live with it in a frustration always. It's a journey of tragedy and of pain, as the Leicester video clearly portrays. We know about racism in both overt and covert forms, but that video amplified it afresh. Our journey is a journey of tragedy and pain, a journey where it sometimes feels that the powers of dehumanization and evil seem to prevail. But it's also a steadfast journey to which we are committed. And we say South Africa belongs to all who live in it, the language of the Freedom Charter. That ethos drives us. Therefore, Stellenbosch also belongs to all of us. We're on this journey, and this journey can't be stopped, because for too long we dream a different country. When the United Democratic Front was launched in 1983, I was a student at the University of the Western Cape. And that day in Mitchell's Plain, we said we dream of one united, undivided, non-racial, non-classist, non-sexist, democratic South Africa, where peace and justice reign supreme. That same dream we have for our universities. We dream for very long for different universities. And therefore we need to revive 3 classic vision-fulfilling practices. In those struggle years, we said, comrades, we must conscientize. we must mobilize, and we must organize. Conscientize, to say, be aware of that dream, of that vision of non-racialism. See it also as a matter of conscience, not just a political choice, but a moral choice. And mobilize all your energy, all your resources to materialize that vision, but also organize, make plans, take specific steps to materialize and fulfill the vision. Let me say about transformation. We speak about transformation in two ways. It's transformation through Stellenbosch University, and it's also the transformation of Stellenbosch University. We strive to make a contribution towards a South Africa of human dignity. In our opening words, the chair reminded us about our Constitution of 1996 and the Bill of Rights. And the most foundational value in South African society is the value of human dignity in the context of the integrity of creation. And dignity has three building blocks in our Constitution: healing reconciliation, embracing justice, and freedom from oppression and discrimination. Both overt and covert forms of racism, classism, sexism, homophobia, xenophobia, Afro-pessimism, ageism, handicapism, ecocide, etc. Freedom from those oppressions and freedom for sharing and participating in the goods of society. We want to contribute to building that South Africa, the South Africa envisaged in our Bill of Rights. But then there's also, in this journey of transformation, the transformation of Stellenbosch University itself. In our institutional intent and strategy, we make the point clear that we speak about inclusive transformation, transformation that is embedded in all dimensions of university life. So we don't speak in a reductionist way about transformation. We therefore say the transformation of Stellenbosch University is systemic transformation. It includes all facets of university life, our research and innovation. We're working hard to diversify the knowledge pool of South Africa and the rest of the continent. We deliver postgraduates for this country. We have various postdoc programs, and the rector referred already also to how we diversify the staff specifically. And we also say through relevant research projects, we want to take South Africa a bit closer to a society of dignity. Through teaching and learning, we also contribute to external transformation, but to our own internal transformation. We work hard to increase our student success rate, which is already one of the best in the country. We established a program called Access and Exit with Success. We want to admit students successfully. We prepare students to come and study successful at universities. We have school projects. We work with various schools, especially in disadvantaged communities, to make successful access possible. But we also work very hard to make sure that our students exit the university with success. We have programs in residences, in our clusters, in our hubs for day students, tutoring programs, mentoring programs. We hope the model of multilingualism will even increase success. And then, through continuous curriculum renewal programs, we advance the diversification rate and the success rate. And we have a document here which spells out in detail how we're working via teaching and learning to transform. And then, through our social impact, transformative social impact, we want to transform internally and externally. We have various co-curricular activities. The rector referred to that. I won't repeat that. Our academic support professional services is in a process of transformation. Staff diversifies, and then also The diversification of our student body is a priority for us. Council last year made more than 500 million rand available for scholarships, and half of it is specifically dedicated to the diversification of the student body. We also focus on, as in the Sudin reports, it is required in the Sudin report, that we must build the transformation competence of staff. You must not just only diversify staff, but make sure that people are equipped for life, which we've described as diversity and diverse and together. We need to learn to live in diversity. And also the transformation competence of our students we work on already with various discussion forums and courses, but we're at the moment working on a compulsory first-year module for all Stellenbosch University students, a module for transformation. Then our arts, culture, and sport at the university, we work hard that they be agents of transformation. And then the thing of institutional culture. In the Sudin report and in the transformation barometer that is now developed in the ambit of the Department of Higher Education and Training to structure that support, we work very hard on institutional culture, and this is important for us. A lot of energy goes into this to say your institutional culture, your communal personality, your collective character, who you are, your identity as an institution, your vision, your practices, your strategies, all your activities need to be renewed. There are subtle forms of racism and other forms of discrimination in all spheres of public life in South Africa. And we need to build an institutional culture that is free from discrimination. And this is continuous hard work to which we are committed. There I just indicate that we want to say let's fast track the targets. The rector referred to it that by 2020 we're at least at 50-50. But that targets that we have there for our student profile, that is the minimum. We even hope we can reach that sooner. And then lastly, I come to the structures for this journey. We need structures. We have now a vice rector for transformation. So you have somebody who has high institutional authority to drive the process. We are building now and have started already to make appointments for a fully staffed office for transformation. And the task of this office is to coordinate transformation processes on campus, to stimulate it, to guide it, to offer consultation, advice, and to monitor and assess it, to continuously indicate to the university where they are and to propose even intervention where that is required. And then we say this is a research-based journey. Our own vulnerable journey of transformation should be guided by good research. We're in the process of recruiting 2 full professors for transformation, reconciliation, and justice. And then our Institutional Transformation Committee is now being newly constituted, and this representative committee will play a crucial role in advancing transformation. We have a representative chairperson of the Institutional Forum here, and they will also, in a fresh way, look at their responsibility, statutory responsibility regarding transformation. And I referred already to the draft barometer. And lastly, my last word here is part of the resources that we mobilize for this journey is our partners on the journey towards a transformed South Africa and a transformed Stellenbosch. Our alumni, we work with them and want to increasingly work with them, alumni from all backgrounds. The town of Stellenbosch, where so much pain is experienced by students as portrayed in the video, to strengthen the current cooperation with them is for us a priority. Business should help us. Various agents of civil society should help us. And today, being here, we are working with a crucial partner, namely government. Our meeting here with you is for us an inspiration. We share our story, but we also look forward to learn from your collective wisdom and insights, as we started to do already with the two opening speeches this morning of the chairperson and the minister. We want to partner with you. Democracy cannot work if there's not partnerships. We cannot become a transformed South Africa and a transformed Stellenbosch without these crucial partnerships. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Professor. So who's next?
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister, Honourable members of this meeting, ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to use this opportunity to talk to the language policy and the challenges that it provides to some students and what is being done about it. If we talk about language at a higher education institution, the first thing is to understand that it is a process to change from where this university has been a number of years ago, teaching exclusively in Afrikaans, towards using more languages to increase access. In fact, I'll just talk about the last 5 years, started in 2010, when we realized that the old policy, the one that had Afrikaans as the default language, is no longer going to work for our institution. And some faculties have taken the lead there, for instance, engineering, started developing first year, second year modules in full parallel medium teaching, and expanded that until, at present date, a student who wishes to study engineering can do that in English or Afrikaans. Followed thereafter by the Faculty of Economic and Management Sciences, who does the same. And by next year, even the honors course in accounting will be taught in both languages. There was a lot of experimenting to find how does one actually do a multilingual offering. And that led to the new policy that was accepted by Council in November of 2014. That's the middle part of that diagram. It wasn't just accepted all of a sudden. There was an extensive consultation process among staff, students, council, and Senate to come to this policy. And now we're in the implementation phase. And as we implement, we find that there are some difficulties that still need to be addressed. But language at a university is a matter that needs to be managed because it is complex if one looks at the expectations from the various stakeholders. So in a nutshell, what does the language policy of Stellenbosch now say? In the first instance, it says that we use language for engagement with knowledge. And we chose to use a multiple of languages to enable our students and staff to engage with knowledge. And that's the only guiding principle. It has nothing to do with any cultural preferences. We are an institution that's about knowledge, and language should give us access to knowledge. So we have in the new policy chosen 2 languages and given them exact equal status in the new policy, Afrikaans and English. And in the policy, we've also explained how our institution shall make and is making a contribution to isiXhosa as a developing academic language. This policy is the broad guidelines as I've shown there. Following on the policy are the plans. And the plans give the various faculties opportunities to use mechanisms such as parallel medium teaching to implement the policy in their specific context, because the context of faculties do differ. The rationale for the new policy is clearly developed from what the South African Constitution says, from what the National Development Plan says about language, and a very important document which the Honourable Minister referred to moments ago, was the language policy for higher education. And I'm going to dwell on that for a moment after this slide. But the strategic intent, ladies and gentlemen, is to make sure that our language policy gives access to students. It must make it easier for other than white students to access learning in our institution. The strategic intent is also to, as far as possible, enable students to study in their preferred language. We believe that multilingualism also celebrates diversity, as opposed to unilingualism. And we believe that individual multilingualism is a personal asset in a country where we have 11 official languages. And we are taking serious efforts to enable our students and staff to develop multilingual capability. It also enables us to appoint a lecturer irrespective of their home language, even to appoint international academics at our university. And we use various means, for instance, parallel medium instruction and lecture interpretation. And these mechanisms are particularly useful at the initial years of study, where a student is empowered by hearing and by discussing the learning material in their strongest language. Yes, one can argue that the ideal would be parallel medium offering, where one has 100% offering in English and 100% offering in Afrikaans. However, we know that will just divide the demographics of our student population in a different way. So it's not so obvious that that is the only answer. The institution is committed in investing in multilingualism. At present, we invest 37 million rand per annum. And we've estimated that if we go from the current situation, which I'll tell you in a moment, to the so-called ideal of full parallel medium, in staff cost, it will mean in the order of 74 million rand per annum. Of course, there will be some additional infrastructure cost that goes with that. The point being, it is not impossible budget-wise to go there. And the intention of the university is to steadily increase its offering of its academic knowledge in both languages. So let me dwell for a moment on this rather busy slide, but it is an important slide, honourable members, ladies and gentlemen, because this is the guiding policy for language in higher education. So if you would turn to that part of my presentation, I would like to highlight a few articles in that document. The first one stating that there's a general acceptance that English and Afrikaans are established languages of education, of instruction, and it also says there's a need to develop other languages in South Africa for academic purposes. It does say a few things about Afrikaans. It says, it acknowledges that Afrikaans can fill that role, but it also says that there are challenges if one continues using Afrikaans as one's language of instruction. Article 15.44 says there must be strategies if one chooses to use other than English, how one goes about making your institution's knowledge acceptable to all students. It certainly speaks in Article 16 a lot about advancement of other South African languages for access. And our Honourable Minister has talked to that and committed investment to make sure. And of course, it says that the promotion of multilingual approaches is benefiting society, cultural, intellectual, economic development. So I believe that the new Stellenbosch University language policy supports this higher education policy completely. Why do I say that? If one looks up on our webpage the language policy, then one reads in the policy the following, and I quote a few. It says of English, the university makes use of English in its execution of the university's knowledge function because of the international value and local function of English as a language of access. That's what the policy says about English in a higher education institution. The policy says the following about Afrikaans. The university is committed to the utilization, safeguarding, and advancement of the academic potential of Afrikaans as a means of empowering a large, diverse community. This includes a significant group of educationally disadvantaged members in our community. And the language policy says about isiXhosa. By means of specific initiatives, the university undertakes to contribute to the advancement of isiXhosa as a developing academic language, in addition to the advancement of isiXhosa as a language of communication. So that's what the policy says. I believe that the latest language policy of the university honestly is implementing not only what the Constitution says, the National Development Plan says, but also what the policy, the national policy for language in higher education, strives for. This is what we had before November last year. The university used to teach in Afrikaans and English and so-called T option of dual medium. That was before the current policy. The new policy states explicitly, as we are in the process of phasing out teaching in exclusively one language, there must be measures where the lectures are supported in additional means to make sure that students still have their learning facilitated, should it be that one of those two languages are not their strength. But the new policy adds a few extra measures. It states very clearly that the preferred method is that there should be parallel medium teaching, especially if there are large classes and one divides these classes up anyway, just because of physical space. The opportunity should be utilized to teach the one class in English and teach the other class in Afrikaans. It also introduces two other options, and that is, if teaching is happening in Afrikaans, it needs to be interpreted simultaneously to English for those students who wish to learn in English in the class situation. It also says if the teaching is in English, there must be a dualistic approach where the same information is available to those who wish to hear it in Afrikaans. I must emphasize that the teaching opportunity is only a part of a learning experience of a student. There's a normal addition to that, which happens in tutorials, in facilitated seminar meetings, in practicals, in group work, where the facilitation of the learning is in the language that the student is comfortable with by the lecturer and support staff. In any case, any material for assessment has to be completely parallel in Afrikaans and English. And the students can answer in either of those, so that there should be no difficulty for a student to learn and to express themselves in their best academic language. What is the current situation that may interest you? If you look at that table, it talks about the AE, dual medium T, parallel interpretation, Afrikaans to English and English to Afrikaans. Look at the percentage on the right. Most of our module credits is taught in the dual medium. So the learning is facilitated in two languages, 50% of the module credits. What's a module credit? Well, an important year-long module will have more credits than a lesser, smaller module that's, for instance, taught in a semester. So we do take the importance and the weight of the module into account when we say this is the current status of teaching. What you will see from those figures from 2015 to 2016 is that there is a significant increase in the parallel medium teaching and in the English teaching translated to Afrikaans and in the English-only teaching. But what does it look like graphically? Let me just look at the bottom of the screen. Currently, for 2016, 2/3 of the module credits will be taught in English and 2/3 will be taught in Afrikaans. Eventually, if you have the ideal full parallel medium, you will have 100% and 100% in those numbers. And we have a dedicated plan to get faculties involved to increase their multilingual offering with the aim of 75% by 2020. And there are issues whether this is fast enough, but we'll get to that in a moment. This is the graph that says what has been happening at Stellenbosch University the past few years. And I take 2011 as a starting point, where the blue line is the percentage of credits taught in Afrikaans. And you can see that's more or less steady at 2/3. But there's been a significant transformation in the teaching through English. Whereas it was 45.8% in 2011, in just 5 years it has changed to 2/3, and that's what the number will be next year. So a lot of investment goes into increasing the multilingual effort. That is change or transformation. Now, the second part of my presentation will deal with the specific student responses and requests that we've received. Language is not something that we've been grappling with since yesterday. But in May this year, a memorandum was handed to management by Open Stellenbosch, and a memorandum was handed by the Student Representative Council. And we immediately convened task teams, which include students, support staff, and academics to address these issues. And that's the process. Just at the beginning of the winter break, the team started. By 24th of July, via the rector's communique, informed the community what the task team is doing. Not the outcome of the work, but what the task team is doing. By the 13th of August, we explained the process in a roundtable meeting to a number of students from different constitutions. By the mid-September, we will be able to answer on those memoranda, and by the 29th of September, make proposals to the council should there be changes. So let's look at the type of language issues that were mentioned in the writings and memoranda from the student. There were policy matters, there were implementation matters, and there were other implementation issues. So I'll really briefly deal with those ones. First of all, when it comes to policy matters. One of the issues that the students take with the language policy as it stands is there's a word in the preamble, and I read that to you. The word safeguard in the policy is interpreted by some stakeholders as maintaining a status of privileging Afrikaans, and that being exclusionary. So the task team has set about the duty of seeing how should that be rephrased to clearly indicate that the use of more than one language is to give equitable access to knowledge and teaching opportunities, not to exclude. And that's a paradigm shift that should be reflected in the policy if it wasn't clear, and should be reflected in the way we implement if there are problems. That's the first output that we're expecting from this task team. The second policy matter that was raised is some people say that isiXhosa is only used as a front for multilingualism. But I would like to inform this honorable meeting that the university is investing significantly in isiXhosa education for staff and students, that we are in particular developing professional isiXhosa communication in some of our study fields, for instance, medicine and education, and that we've come a long way to promoting academic terminology available in all three of the languages of this province. We've so far completed this for our academic and support administrative technology, for the social work program, for sociology, psychology, law, economic and business sciences. That's done. It's available to support students who may have an issue understanding what the multiple terminologies are. And then in terms of other work that's in process, is we are doing the same for the faculties of theology, engineering, health sciences, etc. The task team is to propose methods for the university to even expand the effort that the university makes in developing isiXhosa as an academic language. Let's talk about some practical means. One of the issues that students take is with the so-called T option of dual medium. They say, and I believe to a certain extent they're correct, that the T option is implemented inconsistently and left to the discretion of the lecturer. So this task team is to provide us with guidelines and good practice examples of how dual medium can be used amongst various faculties to implement learning facilitation. The aim really is to facilitate the full learning of a student during the lecture contact time using more than one language. And how is that practical? Practically possible. It is indeed practically possible. If one looks at this diagram. Here we go. One example of using dual medium is if the lecture hour is used, for instance, by introducing the lecture overview in one language, delivering the core in another language. I've used English as this example for the core, and summarizing in the first language. With that, real-time interpretation of the lecture is offered for those who wish to get access that way. And at the same time, the lecture slides and the contents is saved in podcasting in both languages for students to later, in their language of preference, review what was said in the language. That's good practice. And the purpose of this is to make sure that we can give access in a dualistic way, whether a student would like to have her language facilitated in English or in Afrikaans. And it is repetitive, agreed, it is repetitive, but repetitive, obviously, as you know, leads to better learning. I want to address just 2 or 3 more issues and then I'm done. There is complaints amongst some students saying that the interpretation used in the teaching situation is inaudible, ineffective, and highlights the non-Afrikaans speakers as those who do not belong. The task team is to give us an indication on how to improve the interaction between the lecturer and the interpreter, not necessarily to scrap interpretation. If that was the case, one could say it's also not applicable in many other multilingual contexts in our country and internationally. But what should be done to make it more effective? And there's also a technical investigation on go. Is it a technology problem? Is it a lecturer-student, lecturer-interpreter interaction? The purpose of that is to make sure that we make a completely dual offering of interpreting services to help students to have their learning facilitated in their language of preference. Yes, one hears a lot of anecdotal talks about the so-called interpretation option. But this is a survey that was done amongst students in management sciences and engineering who actually use interpretation this year. And if you look at those sectors, you will find that a survey shows that 21% of the students who actually make use of it say that they find it a completely workable solution. 53% says they agree that it's a workable solution. And 10% are neutral about it. And a small percentage are not happy. The same survey was recently repeated in the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences. And the same data shows that 2/3 of the students find it very acceptable to workable solution. That's statistics, not opinions. I want to briefly touch on this. That's a big shift in the continuum as to how students learn. It's definitely no longer a situation of a 1-hour lecture, one-way communication of concepts, but it's facilitating learning. The last question I want to address is the one on monitoring the implementation. Is it actually happening as we think it is happening in class? And there the task team is to advise us on methods to make use of the Academics Affairs Council in the classes, the class representatives, and technology to give immediate feedback on the students' experience of the language offering in the lecture situation. This is a very important issue. Some students say they fail because Afrikaans is used in the teaching. And the task team is to tell us what can be done about this. Because student success has always been one of Stellenbosch University's excelling elements, and we are absolutely determined to make sure that student success stays one of the excelling elements of our institution. And this is being done for how the effect of language is in the various faculties, the living environments, and what is offered is to be investigated with recommendations from the task team. But let's talk about the issue of why students fail. There are a number of reasons why students fail. For instance, it could be socioeconomic, as I showed there. There are a good percentage, in fact, more than 40% of our first-year students are so-called first generation, i.e., neither of their parents have had tertiary education. To counter that, we are developing co-curricular programs to support students who are first-generation students. The home situation may not be good to support the challenge of a student. For that reason, we've changed the resident placement policy to put the vulnerable students in the residences, where there are residential education programs. Lack of funds is a serious reason why students fail. And for that reason, as you've heard, the university invests a significant amount of money in the form of bursaries. The school backgrounds where students come from is definitely a factor which does not put students on the same level when they enter first year. And for that reason, we have implemented extensive tutor and mentor programs and extended degree programs in most of the faculties. And the last one, language, could be a problem. What I'm just stressing is language is not the only reason why students fail, but it is one of the reasons that could be contributing. For that, we know that the academic literacy of students in both English and Afrikaans is not up to standard. It's not only academic literacy in Afrikaans, but often academic literacy in English, which is not adequate to help students to cope with the challenges of tertiary education. Therefore, we have implemented language courses, writing labs, and reading labs to help students with their academic literacy. So it's in fact a combination of those, but not only one language and not only Afrikaans that cause students. But the task team is to advise us what are the challenges and what are the mechanisms to mitigate that. I think I'll leave you to the few last slides in your own time, in the interest of time, but conclude with the following. As I said, it is a complex matter. We do value multilingualism, and we believe that is a key to success and not a barrier to access. And we are looking at ways to ensure what we are saying there as an intent and strategy. The process needs to be managed continuously, and it is a partnership between what the management, the faculties, and the students can do jointly. And we have the support of a very professional language center to help in that. Thank you, honorable members.
Chair.
Okay, sorry, Professor. Over to you, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to suggest something. I suggest that we advise the university to at least summarize, because I'm looking at the list of speakers expected. And I think the honorable members will never have an opportunity to even interrogate the presentations if we can go at the route of the speed that we're actually experiencing. I don't think we will have any opportunity, Chair. I think we should revise the manner in which we are attending to the presentations.
Okay, there is a proposal, honorable members, that as we present, we focus on the key issues instead of reading through the whole speech, because normally in these sittings, members need more time to interrogate the presentation so that we can arrive at a situation where we can make quality recommendations to the department. So that part of interrogation becomes key. So I'm sure, honourable members, we are all agreed with this approach? Agreed. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and honourable members. You've heard from the management team. We were notified in the letter that we would have 60 plus minutes or so for a presentation from the management team and 30 minutes from the other stakeholders. So briefly wrapping up in 3 points now is I want to get to the point about that there's broad support for transformation and progress at Stellenbosch University, and that is signified by a motion of full support for the discussions and the initiatives that are underway by Senate at the university. So Senate is a collection of full university professors. But I do want to do even more than that. I want to really invite the Portfolio Committee to come and see for yourselves. I want to invite the committee and the minister. We have nothing to hide. We would like to share what we do there. We are committed to transparency, and come and experience for yourselves what we have at Stellenbosch in the classrooms, on the campus, and in reses. And lastly, I absolutely welcome your wise input, because certainly we do not have all the answers. I don't profess to have that, but we, in the spirit of mutual responsibility and co-ownership, we must all contribute. So that's the end of the presentation from management. But now to the stakeholders, and to start off will be the council, followed by IF and the two SRC leaders.
Okay, maybe at this moment I should indicate that we do have a time constraint, because at 2 o'clock we've got to attend the parliamentary sitting. So even the following speakers, I think they will assist us big times if they can just focus on key issues and not just go through the whole presentation. And if we agree, I would also, where there's outgoing chair and incoming chair, I think, Professor, you need to agree on which one, because I would like to allow one person to speak so that we at least save time for the members to engage with these presentations. There's a hand.
Chairperson,
Yes.
I hear what you are saying. I think there's no doubt that we are dealing with very important, extremely important issues. We've listened to what the Minister said earlier in terms of his interpretation, that we need to grapple with these issues in a straightforward and honest way. I would really ask that if time is a problem today, there's no reason why this Portfolio Committee has to complete this process today. There's no reason. If we've indicated to the university and the institution that they've got a certain amount of time, I think we should allow them to put their issues on the table. It's correct when you say that the committee needs to make certain recommendations. The committee cannot make recommendations if they haven't heard what the different role players are saying to Parliament and the committee. So I'm honestly suggesting that we give them the time that we indicated. If there's not enough time for us to discuss and deliberate further, there's no reason why the committee at the next meeting cannot take this issue further. Thank you.
I take note of your input, but I go back to my ruling that indeed in your presentation you will have key issues that you would need to share with this meeting. And I'll be happy if you can give us those key issues, because indeed we have an objective for this meeting to see today. And we should be able to accomplish it with this sitting. And if there is a need for other follow-up meetings, as already proposed, I think those will be looked into. But for now, there's an objective for sitting today, and that objective will have to be accomplished. Thank you very much. In that, Professor, who will be the next? Thank you, Prof.
Honourable Chairman, Honourable Minister, Honourable Members of the Committee and Parliament. I want to give you a perspective from the Council, and if I can summarise this talk right at the outset, it is that council and management are in tune. They agree and they support each other. The university is fortunate to have a council with knowledgeable and capable members. These include persons knowledgeable in finance, business, higher education, human relations, ethics, risk management, etc. We really have an excellent collection of council members. They have the university's best interests at heart. And Minister, I also especially want to emphasize that the inputs from the ministerial appointees are valuable and highly appreciated. The meetings of the council are well attended, with attendance usually more than 90%. Discussions are in depth and at length, and we hear a diversity of opinions, and decisions are mostly taken by full consensus. However, we do have a problem with the council in the diversity. It's not diverse enough. And the problem here is that our statute is quite prescriptive on how the council is constituted. There's not much room for maneuver to change that. Now, we have already taken a decision that we will change recommend a change to the statute so that the minister may appoint 5 ministerial appointees. And that will certainly help us to diversify. And we're also contemplating further changes to the constitution of the council so that we have more control to increase diversity on the council. So that is a process underway. The council functions very effectively, in my opinion. We have good relationships with the management. The communication with the management is sound. The management keeps council well informed. We have regular progress reports on the different core functions of the university, finances, the risk register, and the campus maintenance. So council is well informed. There's a relationship of genuine trust between council and the management, and management has council's full support in the initiatives that you heard about today. And the council also holds management accountable. We expect them to take a tight hand on finances and to end up the year with unqualified reports from the auditor. The university functions well. In international rankings, we're one of the top 3 universities in South Africa and one of the top 4 in Africa. We're in the top 1.5% of universities in the world. Research output per staff is highest in South Africa over the past 3 years. The diversity of students and staff is steadily increasing. And the impact on society through research, community projects and support is steadily increasing. We have amongst the highest pass rates for students in South Africa, and we produce an extraordinarily large percentage of South Africa's black graduates. They will be the future academics, and there Stellenbosch is doing much to increase the pool from which we can recruit black academics. We have a dynamic and well-maintained campus. Council has recently allocated more than 1,000 million rand to get up to date and to catch up with backlogs that have developed in the maintenance of our campus. But the campus is well maintained and a pleasant environment. Our strategic direction is spelled out in the institutional intent and strategy document that was developed under Professor Botman's leadership. We are fully committed to that document, and it has Council's support. Through ongoing transformation, Stellenbosch University strives for academic excellence, relevant research output, and increased impact by, amongst others, creating a welcoming environment. And that is a very important theme in our current implementation of strategy to make sure that all people feel welcome at our university, both in the environment but also in what they experience. We are improving access, we're increasing diversity, and we're also ensuring sustainability by building on our other income streams and finding ways to get the money earned from contract work and research to plow that back into our academic project. A few viewpoints. The Council is united on the importance of transformation and the direction it has to take. We're in a constant state of transformation to continuously adapt to our environment. And the environment is a rapidly changing environment. Council unanimously rejects and condemns all forms of racism, all forms of discrimination or harassment on the basis of race, creed or color or gender. Council fully supports management's transformation actions, and you've heard that there were many initiatives, even in the past 5 months, that Professor de Villiers has been at the head of the team. We fully support our language policy and the intent behind that to promote multilingualism as an asset in our students, but also to increase access to our institution. And we expect management to continuously review and improve on that. Sorry, I didn't advance my slides. Thank you. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Esteemed colleagues, welcome to this meeting. Thanks for the privilege to be here. Minister Nzimande, the chair, all the parliamentary colleagues. Like a good lecturer, you're normally 50 minutes ahead of your students towards the end, so I want to be 5 minutes ahead. I will complete in 5 minutes. It allows each one of these two gentlemen to have 3 minutes or something like that. Let's move on. Stellenbosch University. It's running too fast. The IF, I want to put it forward bluntly, reject any form of racism, discrimination, sexual harassment whatsoever. It's against the Constitution, and we cannot tolerate that at all. Now, if we look at transformation, I'm going to use only 2 or 3 slides. Transformation in its broader sense is a mind shift change for every individual. And that's the view that IF has on it. In the Stellenbosch environment, that means we better stop doing things as in the past and take a 180-degree turn and start doing things differently to what we are used to. I want to agree with previous speakers. Transformation must make you feel uncomfortable. If not, then you're not reaching your goal. We must keep on asking critical questions. We must keep on listening, actively listening. And when I want to go to the movies, all of us know the movie Back to the Future. Can we really, as me as a white person, stand in the shoes of a black person and really experience the environment as that person can do it? And the same goes the other way around. So that's the view of our IF, that we have to assist management. Now, what is an IF? It's a crazy thing set up by government in an Act on Higher Education, not really functioning very well at most institutions. It's required by all universities to have. Stellenbosch since 1999. And I want to highlight one thing. What is the role of IF? This is directly from the Act on Higher Education. We must advise council on issues affecting the institution. It has an advisory role, nothing more, nothing less. And council has this number B where they can sort of ask you to do stuff that's not prescribed in the law. But if you look at the 5 bullet points, it basically includes anything everything that the university does. The Act also prescribes the composition of Stellenbosch interpreted this to mean 32 members, equal distribution between that 4 categories of governance and management, staff, students, and the community. And I'm going to skip all of this. As I skip through the next slides, we ask the different role players to elect or appoint members to the IF. That also creates a problem for the IF. It's advisory to the council. We've got one part-time secretary. The rest of us are all voluntary, without any pay, serving the university community. So what is our role in transformation? What did we do? We said, let me start off by saying, for many years we felt marginalized on campus. Universities in general did not listen to IFs. They interpret IFs as meaning you sort of check new policies that adhere to the law, and that's it. No further active role. And you had to ask for a lot of policies so that it crosses your table, so that you can give advice to council. That has changed dramatically. All policies, all issues comes across the table of the IF. We observed an increased commitment by management at Stellenbosch to accelerate an open and transparent transformation process on campus. That's our view. We had a long discussion before the Open Stellenbosch video with management on this, and we've supported the process and the acceleration of the process. I already mentioned 3, 4. We monitor, as the Act state, that higher education policies and acts are implemented, probably not aggressive enough. Let me be critical on the IF at Stellenbosch. We can probably do a little bit more. Not can, we have to do a little bit more. What role is our role in transformation? And we already discussed this with management. Moving outside of the prescribed of the Act, we are not supposed to intervene with the day-to-day workings of a university. We're advisory. So we said, okay, we're going to facilitate discussion on campus to get that unheard voice of staff and students. Just to gather information, put it across the table to council, and they can act with that and send it back to management. That's the route you take. We also suffer with this representativity and diversity issue, basically because we ask stakeholders, please elect members, appoint members, and we haven't got control on who pitch up to serve. So we will sort of start prescribing and say, just think about diversity as well. We've got open meetings, probably the only institution, statutory body on campus with open meetings, and we're going to promote that. Ask people, attend this meeting. Like Parliament, the galleries, please be there. You haven't got the opportunity to speak, but please attend our meetings and suggest issues we can think about. The last thing comes from the students. They ask, is there a code of conduct for staff and students on campus? We're busy exploring this. I don't think there is a code of conduct. But if you want to fight racism, etc., must form part of a code of conduct of staff and students on campus. We're busy with that, and we will follow the route to council. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. And indeed, you were brief and to the point. I will now call upon the SRC to address us, starting with the outgoing Chair. Strictly 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honourable Minister, Honourable Members, ladies and gentlemen. I will try my best to keep it as short as possible. So I'll only address the reaction to the Leicester video and what the SRC has done in our term to address the issue on racism on campus. So as point of departure, I would like to emphasize that the SRC believes in a campus that is welcoming to all students and where all students can flourish in all the spaces which they occupy, be it academic, social, or any other. In the beginning of our term, we made our stance very clear that anything that goes against the culture of welcoming all students should be removed. And from the start, our vision was to unify campus, which we achieved to a great extent, but which is also an insurmountable challenge in some aspects, but that should never deter us from trying. So after our first sighting of the video, racist incidents which have been hidden in the corners of campus suddenly came to light. This forced us to ask two questions. The first being quite obvious: is there racism on campus at Stellenbosch University? The definitive, unequivocal answer to this being yes. As in the rest of South Africa and even the world, there are incidents of racism on our campus. The fact that this is a global problem do by no means make it acceptable at Stellenbosch University, and the SRC never accepted this status quo, as we have worked our hands to the bone in addressing the issue of racism. I'll touch on the specific intervention shortly. So the second question one has to ask is even more important. What are we doing to address this issue of racism at Stellenbosch University? And I just have to emphasize here that transformation has been one of our priorities throughout this term. So yet again, in viewing the latest video, it is clear that many of our students have suffered the most unfair and repugnant racist attacks. This is unacceptable and needs to be addressed so as to be stopped once and for all. Stellenbosch cannot claim to be a university of excellence if our students still have to experience such hated acts against From the video, it is, however, apparent that the vast majority of racist attacks were by students on students, apart from one lecturer who acted in a reprehensible manner and was subsequently rightly dismissed. The rest of the complaints don't speak to the issue of a campus collective being racist, but rather that there are racist incidents by individual students which occur all too frequently. The onus therefore moves to what all of us at Stellenbosch University are doing to change these predetermined racist mindsets and students who come here, and also to prevent any such cultures from forming among students. Okay, so throughout our term, the SRC has focused most of our attentions and resources on transformation, as I've said. The most telling victories for the university as a whole, and I'm saying the university as a whole because transformation is a victory for everyone, came from engagement in the following. We were asked for the position of a student dean, a position which hears the voice of all students, to be reinstated. This is a position which holds a lot of value for all students, and it is of paramount importance in addressing the needs and context. This process has already begun. In the beginning of our term, we also started talks about the initiation of a discrimination policy, a discrimination office, and a discrimination officer. This should be instituted by the end of the year. This was also a collective, not just by SRC members, but of different student constituencies as well. One of our biggest projects we ran this year was forums we hosted on the language policy and plan. At these forums, students from all constituencies on campus were represented and afforded the opportunity to bring their comments to the table. This was a widely consultative process whereafter we compiled all the inputs and formulated into recommendations to the rector's management team regarding the language policy. Professor Schoenwinkel touched on that on the memorandum we sent, so that has formed part of the task team. Most recently, we also handed the rector's management team another document on recommendations in what we as the SRC have perceived during our term would assist the university in achieving the goals as set out in Vision 2030. I know we don't have slides, but we will send these out as soon as this meeting has adjourned. Then I will send it to the contact details as listed below. Also, our final and most telling motion we passed this year was where the SRC moved to assist all constituencies in campus, ensuring that important documents such as constitutions, minutes, agendas, etc. were translated into English. Through our inclusivity and diversity portfolio, much has also been done to assist in effective communication and translation, as this also forms part of the implementation of this motion. I would just like to emphasize again that this brings us to the conclusion that Stellenbosch University is not a racist university, but that there are in fact racists at this university. It however remains this university's social responsibility towards this country and society in the broader context to transform and to ensure that the students who graduate here lives according to the values of inclusivity, which it tries to instill in all its students. The challenge is one will never be able to do enough to curb and ultimately eradicate racism at a university. This challenge should, however, not deter the institution from doing its utmost to ensure that this vital concept is entrenched and lived out by all students. We acknowledge the efforts made by the university thus far, and we look forward to seeing even more transformation and growth in the future.
Thank you, former president of SRC. I will now call upon the incoming president of the SRC.
Thank you, Chairperson, honorable members. My name is Axolile Ntsikamanda Baqhina. I am Uchibaso Padelo Ntunga Ngamako ezilalini zaseTsomo. The broadened access in the Stellenbosch University has resulted in the need for a collective, unifying strategy to ensure that all students reach their full potential, achieve academic success, and have an inclusive, diverse, and welcoming university experience. Achieving this will require a collective effort, and as incoming SRC, we are committed to unifying campus and laying down the foundations for future generations of Mātis, both practically and structurally. We cannot live blindly to the racist and discriminatory acts that attempt to divide us as students. Neither can we not show empathy when our fellow students are marginalized and labeled unjustifiably due to their language, culture, and race. Racism and discrimination is a poverty that denies our collective humanity, value, and inherent worth. It is unacceptable, and we are, as an incoming SRC, will not tolerate any form of discrimination and racism. The implementation of the discrimination policy, office, and officer will be set in place before the end of this term so that students have a safe place to ensure grievances and acts of injustice are heard, dealt with actively and accordingly. We, as incoming SRC, will ensure that the office functions effectively and hold them accountable. There are entrenched norms, whether it be institutional culture, race, religion, or gender. There needs to be a social deconstruction of apartheid, which can be achieved through understanding a consciousness that is sensitive to our individual and collective identities. The collective identity we share is our humanity, which then becomes an ideal and paradigm that must be governed by principles and values: love, humility, transparency, and accountability. Our vision for campus is for students to see each other as human beings who share the same heartbeat first, where leaders critically think through the lens of value-driven leadership that influences students to reach their full potential and ensures students have a diverse university experience. First step is to achieve this plight practically is that we need many student voices like Open Stellenbosch, AfriForum, to begin to critically engage on what can further be done, for it is the students who know the context and its shortcomings. Transformation is an organic change and is complex. It calls for us to hold arms and join together so we can transform Stellenbosch by embracing our humanness first. The leadership structure should understand its role in terms of their positions and responsibility, making it clear in the leadership preparation that is coming now in this coming term. We are also in the process with Frederick van Zyl-Slabbert of rethinking leadership on the course of What Should Leadership Look Like workshop, a workshop that challenges student leaders to realize their leadership responsibility. The leadership conference is coming up to do programs, as well as year plan discussions which will accelerate the process of transformation that is a responsibility of all student leaders and should be held accountable by the NSRC, ensuring that this mind shift is achieved. The root of the problem is that there are students that don't feel welcomed, and there are those who are apathetic to the need of inclusivity. The practical steps we are looking to take is, first of all, also open discussions on the role plane, where societies have a theme and can facilitate discussions where these critical engagement will strive to change the mindset of students, further making people aware of the social campus responsibility and active participation in the process of transformation. Together with the PRIM committee, we will ensure that residences also have task teams to critically discuss with regards to the inclusive culture in residences, where the leadership preparation can further develop this value-driven leadership approach, which the university already challenges leaders to think more critically and apply practically to the culture of the residents. Whoa.
Done.
I'm just going to finish here quickly. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair. The academic committees also have a responsibility to have termly meetings with their faculties where lecturers and deans are held accountable to ensure students' concerns are addressed and attended to in accordance to the language policy that still needs to be reevaluated. Martin Luther King Jr. says, "I see a time when people will not be judged by the color of their skin, by the content of their character. That time is now, and we need to reconstruct our country and campus into a human consciousness mindset that ensures institutions can become home for all. That time is now, and if we work together, we can reach this goal. For a kingdom divided by itself cannot stand. As the Kenyan proverb reads, peace is costly, but it is worth the expense. We need to be uncomfortable in order to become." Thank you.
Thank you, the incoming president. Well, in terms of the agenda, we have now come to item number 6, which is discussions. But I must thank all the presenters for articulating on issues that I think will assist with the engagement between ourselves. But I must also mention that in terms of the parliamentary rules, it is only members of parliament who can interrogate and embark on a discussion. When I say members of parliament, the minister is a member of parliament. All right, and honorable members, you've been listening to these elaborate presentations. It is now our time to reflect, interrogate, and engage. Indeed, we have this opportunity. It is only this opportunity that we have. It's quality time. Let's then engage meaningfully and constructively so that the objective of this meeting can be achieved. Thank you very much, and I will now call upon Ms. Killian. I know Mr. Kekana, your hand was up. Mr. Mbata, Professor Pozzoli, Mr. Suela, Ms. Nkadimeng. No, did I say Ms. Nkadimeng? Honorable Member Mtunu and Honorable Member Kasim, in that order. Oh, yes, ma'am. If you can tell us your name, Chantel. Okay, Fantin, yes, I have you. And then, Mr. Swart, in that order. Shall we have, yes, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, first of all, hearty thank you. Well, first of all, for the introductory remarks by the Minister, and thereafter by the team presenting on behalf of the University of Stellenbosch. Chairperson, I think it is appropriate that I, first of all, declare my interest. I'm a student a former student, alumni of Stellenbosch University, and I have a very keen interest in the university expanding its impact, not only in South Africa, but also internationally. So whatever matters affect the university and perceptions about the university clearly must be dealt with. And it must be done speedily and with a lot of wisdom, I think, because we're living in South Africa 21 years after our historic transition. But as Professor de Villiers has indicated, we're also facing possibly growing polarization, which is not in the interests of our country. Now, Chairperson, I just wanted to ask a few questions to get a better understanding. First of all, we have to accept that Stellenbosch is actually a microcosm of South Africa, but also in particular a microcosm of the town within which it is situated. We know what the history is of our country, and I would like to get a better understanding are there perhaps any vested interests in the town amongst the people who are served there to provide sort of, in some respects, possibly create some stumbling blocks which could impact on the pace of transformation? Is there anything of that nature that the university is aware of? Secondly, I would like to come to the issue of the language policy. Now, as an Afrikaans speaker myself, acutely aware of the concerns of the Afrikaans community since 1990, 91, etc., etc. I'm acutely also aware of concerns from within that community that Afrikaans would lose its language of tuition at the level of tertiary institutions. But perhaps sometimes, and I was listening very carefully to the language policy that was presented. I want to be very honest, Chairperson. It sounds very complex. And it's maybe only in the academia that they can make such things work. I was just wondering, if we look at international experience, even if we look at United Kingdom, where they have in the recent couple of years, in fact, downscaled some of the faculties that were teaching other languages, UK, because of costs and because of dwindling numbers. The question is, for how long can we afford to maintain a fully fledged Afrikaans tertiary language at the University of Stellenbosch? We've heard that it would cost about 75 million per year to have a complete dual medium operation. At this stage, you have interpretation services, etc. Will we be able to stop the eventual? I mean, the reality is, Stellenbosch should be competing internationally. Can we afford to keep it on the one side Afrikaans as well? Then I would like to suggest that if you're looking at expanding to become more multilingual, is it good enough to have only isiXhosa? Is it not perhaps a Western Cape perspective? Just a question, where do your students come from? And as Stellenbosch becomes such an attractive university for students other than isiXhosa speakers, is there not perhaps a need to expand in that arena as well? My information is that your language tuition preference in the law faculty has changed dramatically in the past couple of years. And I don't know if I'm correct, but apparently 75% of students, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, have selected English medium tuition in law because the argument is in the workplace they will be practicing in English. So the better access they have to practice in English, also during the academic years, the better they are equipped for the workplace. Just an indication. Then, just a comment. Do you perhaps, since it is a university institution, when you have applications, there is an argument that Afrikaans is presenting a barrier. Are you conducting any research to determine to what extent that is true? Do you decline or students refuse to come on board because they feel that they will not be serviced in their home language or their preferred language? Do you have any research on that basis? And then lastly, just a concern about if you receive a memorandum from whichever institution, be it the Open Stellenbosch or any of the others, is it not perhaps a long process to deal with it over a period of 4 months? Is it not a matter that should be dealt with swiftly so that you can restore the academic focus on campus? Is there any way that you could facilitate that? Chairperson, there would have been other matters that I would have liked to, but due to time constraints, I would not engage in that. Safe to say that it would be very interesting to know of your about 40% of students, 62% of Afrikaans-speaking students, where do they come from? Are they coming all over the country? And secondly, your English preference students. You mentioned the number of countries that are, how many of them are South African and how many of them come from other countries internationally? Thank you, Chairperson.
Well, thank you, Honorable Member Killian, for your intervention. May I request members in their intervention to try and be short and to the point? This addresses the time issue. We are indeed, we have a time constraint. Thank you very much. The next one will be Mr. Mbata.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you very much to all the members of the university community for your presentations. I personally, Chair, wants to firstly thank those who did the documentary. To me, really, it was not an eye-opener. I think I've known about these incidences and many other very, very bad things happening in Stellenbosch for a while. And it is unfortunate that universities sometimes want to be alerted to problems through mediums such as the documentary. My first question to the Vice-Chancellor is, you said the specific college in question is not part of Stellenbosch. Then why are you here? 2, you said the university has been doing a lot about transformation. I want to take you back to 1994, when your student numbers were 94.5 white, and you are now somewhere around a reasonable number that intend to mix. But if you were intending to transform the university from the beginning, I think you should have known better that, first of all, the only justification for Afrikaans would have not been relevant for white Africans speaking. It would have been much more relevant in the interest of the Western Cape for the majority of rural colored. Now, for me, the fact that there is nothing said about the rural colored, it means that the entire justification has been to preserve white privilege. 2, the university has a lot of complicated way in which it explains itself in the language policy. Language policies are not supposed to be complicated. If you will have taken lessons from the ministerial advice of 2002, you will have not been here today. But what is more shocking for me really is that when all is said and done, I don't think the status of a black child is going to change in Stellenbosch. I don't think so. I think there are extraordinary interests there. I think they are political, economic, and the fact that the university doesn't say anything about the status of a colored child in its Afrikaans approach, it means there are stated interests on preserving white privilege. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member Mbata. I will now call upon Honorable Member Bozoli.
Thank you, Chair. It seems to me what we have here is a bit of a national treasure, a world-class university which is struggling to change and modernize. And by the way, I think changing your diversity, particularly in relation to race, but also gender, how come everyone's a man here? Yeah. This is part of modernity. It's part of being modern or postmodern or whatever we want to call it. And you've really put forward a very sincere set of very serious presentations on how you intend to do this. And I'd like to commend you for that. There's absolutely no doubt as to your seriousness. However, my first question is there does seem to be a lack of precision. There isn't really a plan on so-called transformation and on language policy that is clear-cut, with timelines, with targets, and with planned outcomes by when. The only outcome we have was by 2020 you will have a few more black students. We didn't actually have a clear transfer. I don't like the word transformation because it's semi-religious, but a clear strategy for modernizing. So do you think you could supply us with something like that? Secondly, can you give us a better idea of the costs of this plan? Because it seems to me that transforming a university and changing its entire nature, as you are intending to do, is very expensive. The whole language thing, you've talked about how expensive that is, but all the other things you intend to do are also very expensive. Not only do I want to know how much it's going to cost, but who's going to pay? And is the ministry going to make a contribution towards the costs of this? Because we haven't seen much investment by the ministry in these kinds of changes in universities at all, and they seem to struggle to pay for them. And then lastly, on the issue of racism, I really appreciate all your condemnations of racism. It's very disturbing, the degree to which this persists. But I would like to know a little bit more. What are you doing about it? There was a lot of talk about talking and having meetings and conferences and discussions and that. But, for example, are you improving your penalties for students who are racist? Are there going to be stronger penalties for them in the university? And I'm talking about all students, not only white students. I think one hears racial slurs from all sides. So what penalties are going to prevail at Stellenbosch for racism? And what are you doing about this terrible closing off of students from one another? This polarization into camps. You know, the open Stellenbosch camp versus you, the evil white supremacist camp, that sort of thing. This can't survive. This is not the way we want to go. How are you going to address that division? I'm not sure that a single university has the answer, but at least how are you going to try and do so? With the help of the minister, obviously.
Thank you, Professor Bozzoli. I will now call upon Honourable Member Swela.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity. Throughout the presentation, we heard about transformation, but at least on paper, there's something written about transformation. Now, when you check the demographics of the Western Cape, if we were to assume that the university draws a student from the Western Cape, it shows a different picture. 48 coloreds, 32% black African, 15% white. But when you get to the university itself, you get a different picture altogether. It's the other way around. You have got more whites than any other groupings in the university. And therefore, perhaps that talks to the issues of your admission. Is there anything in your admission policy, set targets, concerted effort to change how the demographic of the university? Or is there something in your admission policy that selectively, consciously aims at preserving white monopoly in that particular university? That's the first question. Now, the second question relates to the issue of the language, as some members have already spoken to it. But what I would want to check is that you are talking of multilingualism and in the teaching, but that is left to the discretion of the lecturer, who is supposed to use the language that is best at, or he or she is best at. And if that is the case, what happens in the situation where the lecturer decides, I'm going to talk today 2 minutes in English and present the whole lecture in Afrikaans? Is that not creating an impression that the other non-speaking Afrikaans students are being disadvantaged in that case? Why should that be left to the discretion of the lecturer in that case? I would like to hear the comment of the university on that one. And finally, the language policy states that the university is committed to the utilization, safeguarding, and advancement of the academic potential of Afrikaans as a means of empowering a large and diverse community. The policy further says that these include a significant group from educationally disadvantaged communities. May the university explain this to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Swela. I will now call upon Honorable Member Nkadime.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks for the presentation by the University of Stellenbosch. And on your response to student requests and their demands, you make mention that by 2016 you'll be increasing the multilingualism offering of English and Afrikaans by 75%. And you further said that you've got the constraints in terms of the availability of lecturers, classrooms, and timetables. Now, I want to know what is your plan to mitigate those problems, because come 2016, we don't want to hear those problems. We want to hear that your targets has been realized. And another one, still on the admission, your application form of the university has 4 categories where you, on your perspective, you ask the student their home language, the language that they were taught in during the matrics, and the language that they wrote their final examination. And this question is assuring those students that the language chosen will be the one that will be offered. Now, there comes the problem that they find themselves in the Afrikaans. Why do you include this on your questionnaire, whereas you know this is not going to be implemented? And the third one, in terms of the student residents, we like to acknowledge and commend you that you are prioritizing the vulnerable and destitute student first in those accommodations. However, I just want to hear about this one. There are alleged cases of violence, and then how are you addressing these problems of violence in those residences? And then have any of these cases reported to the management, and how did the management deal with those problems? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member Nkadime. We'll now move on to Honorable Member Mchunu.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. May I thank all the stakeholders for the presentations made today. I will quickly go to the slide which speaks on student headcount 2015. I was just looking at this in relation to the race, and I think it paints a clear picture that the majority of students are white. And after 20 years of democracy, really, this is not acceptable, and it is in conflict with the reality. If you're looking at the 2011 census stats, as it was put by Honorable Suela, the majority of people in the Cape are coloureds. So we would like to see more coloureds being admitted at Stellenbosch. To me, this then says language of instruction determines choice of university. Our students would have liked to be admitted at Stellenbosch, but language is a barrier. That is how one looks at it. I was listening carefully when we were presenting to Professor de Villiers, when you describe Stellenbosch as a multilingual university, world-class multilingual university. For me, at this point, we're not yet there. The language policy which was presented is very complex and says, iseyindele ndlela. I am pleased to see the plans for the future. Indeed, they are good, which will in future lead to an open Stellenbosch. If these plans are going to be implemented, indeed, it will be exciting to see what the future holds for us. I have one question. It's on the projected enrollment for 2020. It's 2020, where there will be 50% white and 50% the other races, which is black, colored, and Indian. May the university explain how it will go about in order to achieve the projected student enrollment by 2020? But even though I'm still not happy because it does not represent the demographics of Western Cape. The second one, let me commend the university for working with disadvantaged high schools. As it was explained to us, and the fact that it also offers bursaries. However, when students get to the university, they experience a total different conditions, which are alienating, especially in the utilization of Afrikaans in lectures. If the university, as per its strategic outcomes, want to maintain their success rate, why is the university not teaching students in the language they understand? I was also looking at the staff profile. It's shocking. More whites as it is for the students, your coloreds 128, blacks 54. The numbers there really are not good. I'm not sure what IF is thinking with regards to this. Do you share this with the management? Because the picture here is not pleasing. I'm not happy with it. I would like to know from the management, other than the new generation of academics program by the department, and we commend you for adding those 20, what other initiatives do you have of increasing the number of black, colored, and Indian academics? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Kulu. I will now call upon Honorable Member Kasim.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to say, to start off, that it's unfortunate and it's incorrect that there must be a documentary for us to have to focus on this issue. It's not as if we didn't know about these issues. We went to Potchefstroom last year as a portfolio committee. The same issues were raised with regards to translations, with regards to language. Throughout the year, there's students that are suffering, and yet now, because there's media attention around this, because there's a documentary, all of a sudden the minister comes to a portfolio committee, which he never comes to. In fact, we had to take a resolution as a committee to say at least when the department... please, Chair, if you can allow me to continue and protect me.
Can I raise a point of order, Chair? I don't think that...
Maybe, Honorable Minister, may I request members to focus on the issue?
Chair, I will, but you can't censor me.
No, give me a chance. May I ask you to focus on the issues on the table?
I am.
Let's not deviate, because that one is going to degenerate this meeting. So I am appealing to members' best moods and members' best. I know you can give us your best in your input without derailing the meeting and also without deviating from what we are all about. So I request members to focus, so that we can arrive at quality recommendations that we would like to take to Parliament.
Chair, I still would request that you allow me to raise my point of order, because the honourable member is making a serious allegation which is not true. Can't say here, accept a member saying I don't come to the portfolio committee. That is not true. I may not be coming to the portfolio committee the number of times that you want me to do, But it's not correct that I do not come to the
When last was the minister in the portfolio
and
committee?
he must retract and withdraw this chairperson.
No, I'm not going to
Because
withdraw.
it's actually misleading
I'm not going
the
to
committee.
withdraw. If the minister was concerned with the committee, or read the minutes that actually asked him to come to portfolio committees at least when his department is under review, which he hasn't been doing. But let me conclude on that matter, Chair, because clearly there's some uncomfortable truths that we don't want to be heard in this meeting here today.
But this meeting is not about that, Mr. Kasim. It was clear in my opening remarks and also in the minister's remarks what this meeting is all about. It's a special meeting that we called to address this issue.
Yes, and my
Our
point...
meetings sit on Wednesday, tomorrow.
Yes.
So this one's a special meeting whereby I appeal to everybody. I spoke to every member of the committee to say, make sure you're here, because this one needs our attention as a collective, so that as a collective we can come up with the best possible solutions to this matter that is impacting negatively on nation building.
Yes, and Chair, my point is...
So may I request
Can you please allow me to just make my point?
No, remember, I must be respected. May I then request you to assist us to focus on the main objective of this meeting. If you have issues, let's discuss them tomorrow. This has nothing to do with the issues that you are raising. So please come in, but as you come in, please focus on the presentations, because I said I'm giving you time to interrogate the presentations.
Chair, I have an interest that you carry your meeting, but I do want to say that the honourable member will have to withdraw this. And secondly, I want to say I don't account to the DA, I account to Parliament. Not
You
to
must
the
attend
Democratic Alliance.
Parliament to account to Parliament.
I don't account to the DA, I account to Parliament.
You see, in life there's
Chair, can I please continue?
In life there's an issue of respect. And where there's respect, I promise you, things will work out amicably. Where there's no respect, we get stalemates. Now, I appeal to the members, honourable members, not to cause a stalemate on this matter of national interest. I appeal to members, and let's show respect for one another. For the mere fact that we are called honourable members, that makes us, it forces us to respect and show the world how to respect one another. Thank you very much. May you proceed with the
Chair, I'm going to proceed, but Chair, I'm going to proceed with the freedom of speech that I'm afforded in this House. It's the same rules that apply. And I feel as if you are trying to censor me here. Can I please proceed? And if you think I'm saying anything that's unparliamentary, you can say so. But can I please proceed with my input as a member, not just of Parliament, but of this committee as well?
I will not have a problem with your input that responds to the matter on the table. I will not have a problem with your input. Please feel free with your input on the matter that is before us.
I'll do so, Chair. Chair, like I was saying, and it's got to do with the matter that's on the table, that we do not have to each time wait for a public outcry before we focus on an issue that is so important. And just on what you were saying earlier, this is a special sitting of the committee, but my appeal is that we can call these sit-ins not just when there's a documentary, because I have to now go and speak to other students with other issues and say, go and make a documentary before this issue is given attention. I want to ask, Chair, I'm moving to my questions.
No, if I may interject. As a member of this committee, we were supposed to go to Stellenbosch. We together planned to go to Stellenbosch. So I'm trying to say, we're not only responding on this. We were going there, but because of Stellenbosch's program, we were then stopped. Hence, we then went to other universities. And our area of focus, as we articulated it at the beginning of this, was transformation. So I hope you will then contextualize your input correctly. We were going there. Professor Divili, Professor, you are a witness to that. We were going there in July. Now, this one came after. So thank you very much. I thought I should bring you into the correct perspective. Shall you then proceed?
Let me proceed, Chair, because clearly what the point I'm trying to make is not being received. But let me proceed. I want to ask particularly why the Elsenburg Agricultural College was not called into this meeting as well. If it's the subject of the same topic that we are talking about and we are within our rights to call them as well, why is it that they are not here to account? And we only have Stellenbosch, and we can then, and you say you want to deal with this issue today. and you've made that ruling previously in this committee. Just moving to the issues of racism in particular, and this is now directed to the rector, who had presented in his presentation that there are avenues for the reporting of racism, and Ombud was mentioned, and there were certain incidents that were mentioned before. I want the rector just to give us a better, a more detailed type of presentation on exactly how the process then proceeds once an incident is reported, and the time frames that are involved, as well as whether or not students are all aware of these avenues. And there was a specific incident that was highlighted with regards to a student in residence that was making racial slurs, who was subsequently suspended from the residence. And my question that I want to ask to the rector is, does he believe that this is a type of sanction that will be a deterrent for racism? I've sat on disciplinary committees at universities before. This is the type of sanction that we want to say is a sort of slap on the wrist, middle ground sanction. It doesn't threaten the student's academic future, and it doesn't deter other students as well. So I wanted to know from the rector whether he feels this is the type of sanction that will deter students from making these slurs, or will they only lose their place or their bed in a residence and go and stay somewhere else and continue, and so forth. I want to know why the position of Dean of Students, it was alluded to in one of the reports, was removed. And whether the rector believes that this has contributed to a breakdown in relationships between organized groups on campus, as well as the campus management as well. Whether or not students believe that they can find their issues to be heard within the type of organized groups that exist, that is engaging with management, and what is being done by the institution to rectify that situation. Then with regards to student access, when I look at the annual report of the university, I see that the student retention rate of particularly black students is much lower than the other racial groups that exist. Now, this could either be that it's with regards to the language policy, as that has been discussed in depth. Also with regards to access of students that are previously disadvantaged and that cannot afford to attend Stellenbosch University and is not being sufficiently funded. I want the institution to outline exactly how many students, or what is the extent of students that cannot access Stellenbosch University, even though they do qualify academically because of financial reasons, included within postgraduate students, and what funding options are available to those students that want to become academics, particularly poor black students, but they cannot afford to be able to attend. I want to know in terms of the lecturers, and now just get into the language policy, and there's a lot that's been said around the language policy, particularly around the translations that's being used. Now, I've searched through the documentation that was provided, and we get a breakdown in terms of how many lecturers or academic staff are from the different racial groups. But what it doesn't say is in terms of the home language of those academic staff. So you could have a white lecturer whose home language is English or Afrikaans, and this obviously impacts in the feasibility and practicality of how many of those lectures are being translated from English to Afrikaans or Afrikaans to English, and whether or not there is a balance in that regard. So if the director can give us some information with regards to that, and what exactly is being done practically to improve the type of translations that's being done, whether there's a balance between whether it's English to Afrikaans or Afrikaans to English, because obviously a lecturer's home language is going to affect what they're going to lecture in and what it's going to be translated into. And also in terms of the turnover of black academics, I want to know what is the level of that turnover and what would be the reasons for that if there is an issue with regards to the turnover of those academics. Thank you, Chair.
Well, I must thank you for the last part of your input. That was very constructive, and I always get these constructive engagements from you. But thank you very much. We'll now move on to I think it's Van Damme. Please, dear, if I don't...
That's right, it's Van Damme.
Okay, so I pronounced
And
it
thank
correctly.
you, no problem. Thank you very much, Chair, for allowing me the opportunity to participate in this committee. I'm not a member of this committee.
Chair, it's supposed to be Honorable Kekane.
Chair, I've agreed with you that I'll come last after the last member. What's her name? Because I'm hearing her for the first time.
Honorable Member Swart.
Father Swart, yes.
Okay.
I was
Honorable
saying-
members, all right. Honorable members, shall you allow me to chair this meeting? And I know you've trusted me with this. So let's continue, in that manner. I won't let you down. Thank you very much. Honorable Member Van Damme.
I was saying thank you very much, Chair, for allowing me to participate in the committee. I am not a member of this committee, but I'm a member of Parliament who's concerned about the situation on campuses around the country. There was a Roads Must Fall movement at UCT, there's Open Stellenbosch at Stellenbosch, and there's a Black Students movement at Rose University. So there's certainly a feeling amongst students in South Africa that our campuses are not inclusive enough. So I'm interested in taking part in discussions for how we make our campuses more inclusive, so students don't feel like they don't belong, so that videos like Leicester are not made again. So my question has to do with the multilingualism. So the university is marketed as multilingual. You've said repeatedly that the university is multilingual, but I'm not convinced that that's the situation on the ground. So when a student applies, for example, to Stellenbosch, they get the feeling that they're going to go to a university that's multilingual. But from conversations with lots of different students, it seems that Stellenbosch is, for all intents and purposes, an Afrikaans university, because the medium of instruction is Afrikaans, and then there's translations in English. So what is the university actually doing to make sure that the campus is actually multilingual and not just marketed as multilingual? Then my second question has to do with what the university is doing to make the campus more inclusive, to make sure that race relations between students are improved. The Triple L program seems like a great one, but what more is the university doing? The Triple L needs to be broadened. So an example would be for during O-Week, for example, to do diversity training with students and also lecturers, so that so that race relations between students and staff are improved. And then my third question has to do with the impasse with Open Stellenbosch. It seems like both parties are not willing to budge. Nobody wants to meet in the middle and agree on how this issue can be taken forward. So what are you doing from your side as a university to meet Open Stellenbosch halfway? And also, what is Open Stellenbosch doing to also meet the university halfway? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for your input. I will now call upon Honorable Member Swart.
Chairperson, thank you. And I'm also not a member of this committee. As you know, I'm a member of the Justice Committee, but I just appreciate being able to make the input. I also need to declare that I am an ex-Marti as well and have children that are at Stellenbosch at the moment. So I have an interest both as a parent and as a member of Parliament. And I do agree that the issues raised by Leicester are of a great concern, and I welcome the SRC's admission that there is racism at the university. I also welcome the fact that the university, together with the ministry, is seeking to deal with the issues, but we need to be very careful that we don't politicize the issues. And we need to understand in that regard that it's in the best interest. We've got a national treasurer here, a national treasure. I welcome the steps of transformation and the fact that maybe they could be quicker, but there's ongoing transformation. And I just, the incoming president, Mr. Kina, is that correctly pronounced? I loved what you said. There needs to be a social deconstruct of apartheid. Love, humility, transparency, and accountability. Value-driven leaders. And I think that is something we can really build on. I would ask you particularly, would you respond to a question that said that when all is said and done, the status of a black child will not change? Do you agree with that statement at Stellenbosch? You will have an opportunity later to respond to that. I would also then just like to tie in with the question, I am concerned about the impasse between Open Stellenbosch and the university, and obviously myself as a lawyer, I was always taught it's better to jaw than to war. And I'm sure that there must be some mechanism to bring both parties to the table. But clearly we cannot condone any unlawful action. And I understand there's some unlawful action happening right now that we need to be aware of as a committee from various, and I'm not saying it's Open Stellenbosch. I understand that there could be a political party involved in that at the moment. But we need to just be aware that we stand together, that these issues are not politicized, and that we stand together because we've got a national treasure here. And our future is the leadership, our future leaders are here. And I do appreciate the hurt that many people have expressed in Leicester, but we as leaders of the nation need to come as fathers as well and to assist the young leaders to find a way forward for this national treasure, dealing with issues of racism, dealing with and taking to Stellenbosch University to its next level, to its full potential. So, Chairperson, could I also just mention one point, and I appreciate students from a black background might have difficulty with the language issues. My children come from an English background. They are postgraduate, and they are using the interpretation processes very well. And I understand there are challenges as it's ongoing, but we also need to understand the importance. What about Afrikaans-speaking person? My surname is Afrikaans, but I'm English-speaking. Do they not also have a say to protect an institution and the Afrikaans language? Minister, you mentioned the issue of English colonialism. And I think it is something we also need to bear in mind, the importance of the broad sector of Afrikaans speakers in South Africa as well. So with those few comments, Chairperson, just on that issue of how we can bring Open Stellenbosch to the university, but again, not condoning any issues of racism, intimidation, violence, or unlawful action. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member Swart, for your intervention. I will now call upon Honourable Member Kekana.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I want to start off before I ask my question, by endorsing what you said, that indeed, just for the record, the committee had a program to go to Stellenbosch and address these issues long before the video thing came into the picture. And we were actually, management knows from Stellenbosch, stopped by management because they'd gone, I think they said strategic retreat. And we thought we should respect their strategic retreat and reschedule our program to go to Stellenbosch. So just for the record, it wasn't the video that makes us address this. It is because we already have it in our program to go to Stellenbosch and address all these things. The second issue is on the outgoing president of the SRC, who say the institution in Stellenbosch is not racist. It is actually elements within Stellenbosch that are racist. And I want to endorse what the minister said right from the beginning, that if the demographies show a institution that is white dominated, in terms of student body enrollment, in terms of staff complement, then there is indeed, and I think generally management from Stellenbosch has accepted that indeed there's a racism problem that they need to address. Now, to play politics again, I don't think help this country. The problem with the country indeed is that when there's a problem, instead of us focusing on Stellenbosch problem, we think first, like Kasim from DA, of what is the political point that I can score quickly here before I focus. And that actually wastes a lot of energy because instead of addressing from the problems of this country, we think of politics and point scoring. And I don't think that helps the nation. Now, the last question that I want to comment on is that when listening to the staff from Stellenbosch, you actually have a sentiment that there's indeed commitment to address this issue. And myself and Chair also listened last week to the student who raised the issue of the video to the media. And when you listen to them, you also feel, we're moving into extremes. Management that want to address issues, but students who don't feel issues are addressed. And you just feel these students are so disillusioned, there's nothing happening at Stellenbosch. And now the question that I really want to ask is that, first of all, I know that government is doing the best it can. Our minister come to our meetings. On Wednesdays, when we have portfolio meetings, when it's not there, it's because they have cabinet meetings. So to distort the picture is actually diverting attention from the main issue. What I really want to know is Stellenbosch administration, why is it that when you are so committed towards addressing the issue of language and the issue of racism in Stellenbosch, people who are on the receiving end, black students on campus, complain so much and they feel so disillusioned about efforts that you are making to address these issues? Are we, in a sense, in a parallel way, during negotiations, President de Klerk was saying we're moving into a new South Africa, but Mandela was saying, why are people killed in trains? Why are people killed in taxis? And he said, I don't do a thing until it was revealed in the Truth Commission. It reminded me of those days. What's actually wrong at Stellenbosch? Thanks, Chair.
Well, honorable members, thank you for your questions. I will now ask Professor de Villiers and his team. No, before that, I just want to check if, Honorable Minister, you do not have any contribution for now before Professor de Villiers comes in.
No, it's just information. To say to Honorable Member Pozzoli that the DHET infrastructure allocation for 2012-2013 to 2014-2015 was 311 million rands, 311,653 million to be specific, for African languages and humanities and social sciences. Clearly, this is not enough, but even before the new funding formula comes into play, we are already, as a department, allocating monies to actually contribute towards addressing this matter. I intend to increase this, but I do not necessarily think it will cover everything. We will have to work together with institutions, but so that we really make this chair an area of focus. Thank you. I just thought I will come in on that.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I will now call upon Professor de Villiers to respond to the questions and issues raised.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I want to thank the committee and the members of Parliament for their wise input, and that's what I really would like to hear. I'm going to. I think the wide range of questions that were raised really speaks to the importance of this issue. The importance not only for higher education in South Africa generally, but also specifically for Stellenbosch University and our commitment to our journey as we go forward from management and also our other stakeholders. So I'm going to answer. I'm going to attempt to answer some of these questions and then group those that dealt with the transformation issue to be answered by Professor Koopman, and the others with regard to the language policy by Professor Skoonwinkel. And I apologize if some of the questions are not exactly attended to, but we committed to we will provide documentation further on. It is correct that the Portfolio Committee asked to meet with the university in July, as the chairperson said, and that date that was scheduled actually coincided with a Higher Education South Africa meeting, a two-day meeting at which Higher Education South Africa was rebranded and relaunched as Universities South Africa. So that was the reason why the university management requested a postponement of that portfolio committee. It also was not very soon after I had taken over as Vice Chancellor on the 1st of April. There was a question, and it's more a perception raised, I believe, from the Honourable Killian, regarding a possible or perception of obstacles or support or lack of support in the Stellenbosch community as a whole for the process that we're undergoing. I can honestly say that I have not found any of that whatsoever. In fact, I've revitalized the rector mayoral forum where many of these issues are addressed, because I think, as I've alluded to, yes, we have incidents of racism that are overt, we have incidents of racism that are subtle, we have incidents on campus, we have incidents off campus. Many of the incidents, and I need to say some of the incidents that are raised in the video are clearly alcohol related. So it's a complex issue, and there's a good relationship between the municipality and the South African Police Force and others in addressing some of these issues. And the university is also assisting the municipality to get a sense of a much more inclusive and all-embracing Stellenbosch. Stellenbosch, which also includes Kayamandi, Stellenbosch, which includes Clutisville, Idasville, Jamestown, Kylemore, all the surrounding communities that make us so much stronger. The second issue that I just wanted to clarify is that in the video there are about 6 Elsenburg students who are interviewed, and that's the reason why I highlighted that. Elsenburg Institute or Agricultural College belongs to the Department of the Western Cape Government, the Department of Agriculture, and is not under the auspices of the University of Stellenbosch. But we do accredit one of its courses. But we are not responsible for either the lectures or the day-to-day running of that college. The Honourable Bazoli raised a very valid point, which is a source of concern to me, is the composition of our management, the top management staff, in that there's a lack of gender diversity, and it is certainly receiving my attention. If you look at the number of females generally of the academic staff, it's around about 50%, but there's a bottleneck around as they progress up the senior lecturer, associate professor level. So that is certainly receiving a lot of attention from our side. So then a general comment regarding staff profile. I am fully aware that it's inadequate for us to have 17% of our academic staff as black, colored, and Indian, and we are committed to change that. However, we share this issue with all the South African higher education institutions, and thereby I'm not absolving us of any blame. But we have a number of initiatives ongoing where we're going to try and address this, and it will range from either growing our own timber, to identifying stars, to fast-track young academics like in the NGAP program, or the initiative that I expanded on, the 70 million rand investment, where we want to recruit those role models that will really those senior role models that will help us to really convince or other black-colored Indian students to come to our institution, and also to promote people from within as well, from senior lecturer to associate professor, from associate to professor. So we are committed, and we're looking at a whole variety of those sort of things. I wanted to give some figures on the percentages as to the question of where our students come from. So our students are 65% from the Western Cape. Gauteng is about 11.5%, KwaZulu-Natal 7%, and the Eastern Cape 6%. And with regard to multilingualism, another set of figures is if we look at the new first-year student enrollments for this year, list as their English, list as their home language, 47% as English, Afrikaans 45%, so 47% English, Afrikaans 45%, and other 8 or 9%. There was a question regarding the turnover of academics. Now, I must say, I spent a lot of time in the United States, and the turnover of academics that I was used to there was something like 12%, and then you would annual turnover would be 12%, and then you'd get very excited and you try to drive it down to 8%. At Stellenbosch University, and it actually is something that's shared amongst the sector, is around about 3 to 4% annual turnover. So it is extremely low. Extremely low, and that is the same for across the board. So, in addition to that low turnover, if we do have a resignation from academics, we are very careful about doing exit interviews as to try and determine what exactly the reasons were for this turnover. Just lastly, from my side, I want to address the issue of engagement with Open Stellenbosch. I must tell the committee it has been very frustrating for me personally, and also the management, to attempt engagement with the group. The group portrays itself as a collective. So it's very much like the Rhodes Must Fall group. And as a collective, they have no leadership. They've not identified leadership. They don't want to engage as leaders. They want to engage as a group. They want to summons people to meetings. They want to determine the agenda, the interactions are not constructive. So I want to say that regardless, through various different ways and the different people at student level, at student affairs level, and also through the Dean of Humanities and Social Sciences, and through Professor Koopman and myself, we've had personal, private interactions with members from the collective. And that has been fruitful. But what we found most constructive to engage with would be structures like the SRC or student societies that are registered, such as SASCO or DASO or the He and She campaign, etc., etc. So those we found very useful. Now, to me, there is a light there, in the sense that I know in our new SRC that was elected, which had the highest ever number of votes for the SRC and the voting percentage, I know there are some members on that SRC who have either prior or existing Open Stellenbosch affiliations, and that will, I hope that will help to have ongoing discussions with that group. So with those remarks, I'm now going to hand over to Professor Koopman to address some of the transformation issues, and then Professor Skoonwinkel, the language policy. But I honestly want to say I really appreciate this input, and as I've said before, I would like to welcome you to visit the campus and on a future occasion as we take this forward collectively.
Thank you, Professor. Before Professor Koopman comes in, the Minister would like to be relieved because he has another commitment. So, Honourable Minister, you can be excused.
Yes, Chair, my apologies. Had I anticipated that the meeting was going to go long, I would have shifted, but it's impossible now because the people I'm meeting, they are flying out to Johannesburg. And also, please repeat it for Honorable Kasim to hear that you are releasing me from the meeting.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. And thank you for your inputs once more before you leave. Can be excused. Okay. Shall we then proceed with the responses?
Thank you, Chairperson. I've tried to group questions, direct questions about transformation. So my apology if I perhaps miss a question from a specific speaker. The first set of questions was about what we do to overcome racism. And here I want to use the distinction once again between overt, clearly recognizable forms of racism and the more covert forms. Every time when there's an overt form of racism, we act really immediately, with urgency, and effectively. There was an example mentioned. Our rector started, and a contract of a lecturer had to be terminated where there was overt racism. The same we do with students, and we also hear from you here. We heard from you just now also that where you discipline, look afresh at whether that discipline, whether there's enough deterrence in the form of discipline, but we're really striving towards that, to use a discipline that we formulated in the context of restorative justice, to say there's justice to the one who had been wronged, but there is also redemption in the end of the one who perpetrated, and we want to change that one for the sake of becoming a non-racist South African citizen. But we're dealing with the overt forms. And then the covert forms of racism. Here we must really say racism, sexism, homophobia, various forms. We suffer under it as South Africans and even global citizens. And what we're trying to do is to say we must conscientize each other continuously about this, and we must mobilize our energy to overcome it, but we must concretely also organize. And we try to organize various activities. The one that we do is dialogues, courses for our students offered, amongst others, by the Frederick van Zyl-Slabbert Institute for Leadership. We also refer to the residences and the work that they are doing. And then something that we're excited about, that we're working now towards, a module that is compulsory for all our students, to sensitize them, to say, what's the contemporary history of the country in which you live? What are the challenges, and what capacities, knowledge, skills, and values do you need to become a citizen that advances transformation towards non-racism and a country free from discrimination? And Chair, it is important that the words that we use, the discussions, are crucial, because we believe words make new worlds, and we have concrete actions then also. My second set of comments has to do with what do we do to diversify the student population, and more than one of you referred specifically to the plight of colored people in the Western Cape. Now, as you can see from me, I belong to that group, and I'm always cautious to use that, but I say I can use it if I know we don't use it in a Verwoerdian way, but in a Mandelian way. Because then we don't use it to divide and discriminate, but to say we talk about our unity in diversity. So as a Mandelian colored, then I can say it is a challenge for us. Funding is a challenge. We try to live the motto, no financial exclusion where there is academic merit and academic potential. But for that, we need funding. The second thing is that we need to say the learners that come to us as first-year students, they must be on a specific academic level. And therefore, we invest, especially in rural areas, in different parts of the country. We have schools, we use technology to develop and prepare matric learners and high school learners for university studies. We even have Saturday classes at Stellenbosch University. It buzzes there if you come there on a Saturday with high school learners to prepare them, and many of them are from our black, colored and Indian communities. And then, of course, it is a big challenge. The colored community is the community with the lowest representation in higher education in South Africa, by far the lowest. And we jointly need to address the specific needs of specific groups in a non-racial and Mandelian fashion, I want to qualify. And then the whole thing of a detailed transformation plan. We have our institutional intent and strategy as the broad transformation plan and visionary plan of the university. And at the moment, I have the mandate to develop what we call TIP, the acronym, Transformation Implementation Plan, where we coordinate all the transformation initiatives, where we give direction, and where we even spell out all the strategic management indicators for transformation, and also the performance indicators for staff regarding transformation, so that management can also monitor, assess, intervene regarding transformation. My last two comments, the question regarding the Dean of Students. We had just immediately when our new rector started, he said we must have at the university a Dean for Students, and just a week or two ago management unanimously approved that a Dean of Students be appointed. And the last thing is just also we can assure you that regarding the impasse with Open Stellenbosch, we are very serious to listen, as our rector said, to all our students. We need their insights. Those marginalized voices should be heard in order to really progress on with this journey of transformation. Can I just say the question of violence in residences, we then also address in the context of addressing both covert and overt forms of discrimination.
Thank you. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I'll address some of the questions related to language. The first one is, should we take a Western Cape perspective when we decide on which languages to offer? Yes, indeed, and that is the reason why we've elected as our institution not to only use one language, but to use two, and also to develop a third. The other question was students' home language composition. How does that determine in which classes they are? Why do we ask that statistics, and how do we use it? We have already in many programs been able to do complete parallel medium instruction, and then we use the language, the home language of the student as they indicate on their form, or their language preference, to give them the opportunity to attend either the Afrikaans classes or the English classes. There was a question, why do students not actually come to Stellenbosch? Is Afrikaans a barrier? Or is English a barrier? Or is our model a barrier? And did we do some research to establish that? Well, as you've heard, we have specific targets to increase our composition of Black, African, colored, and Indian students. And if they've applied and do not register, we actually phone them and establish the reasons why they did not turn up. We do the same for the students who have turned up. And it turns out that the language issue either is a motivation for students to come to Stellenbosch, the fact that they know, suppose they come from an English community, that they will be exposed to more language, but it's also in some cases a demotivation. So if they know that some of the teaching will be in Afrikaans, some students are demotivated. So, and the last one, of course, some students are motivated by the very fact that they can still receive part of their tuition teaching in Afrikaans. So it works always, and we have the data of the reasons that the students give us who've turned up, and also those who've not turned up. The question is, who's going to pay for multilingualism? I've tried to show you that we have the full support of Council to invest in multilingualism, because obviously it is the cheapest to do a unilingual teaching. There's no additional cost. So the Council has, over the past years, significantly increased the part of the budget allocated to doing a multilingual education. And I've tried to explain to you that we derived that purpose directly from the language policy for higher education and to serve more students from our region and beyond more effectively. I was delighted to hear that the Honourable Minister is planning to have some earmarked funding for multilingual implementation. That's a dire need. So, yeah, we would hope that it goes beyond just talking about it, and that at our institution, as we are doing it, we will also get state support to implement that. Another question that I think relates to my portfolio as far as the language is concerned. How does the admission policy deal with equity? Do we have a planned process of ensuring that we diversify the composition of our students? In a way, it works the following way. In April, before the recruitment for the next year starts, I and my team at Institutional Planning have meetings with every dean and their faculty secretaries that actually does the admissions. And we set targets for each faculty as to their composition of students demographically as well. And then when the students actually register the next February, we check whether they have met those demographic targets that they set for themselves. And I'm glad to report that so far they have met their targets for the demography of their students. So it's a planned process, and the deans are kept accountable to those targets they set. And when you add up those targets, they give the institutional targets for demographic diversification. And those targets you will see in one of the appendices of the institutional plan, which I hope each of you have received a copy. So those are the institutional targets, but it is broken down to faculty and to program. Question, how does Afrikaans actually help the disadvantaged communities? I know that at many universities they have a challenge that the representation from students of the so-called colored community who could go to university is much lower than it should be proportional to the number of people in that population. And it also turns out, if one looks at the latest demographic statistics that's provided, that Afrikaans is not spoken mostly by white people, but by people of color. And that's exactly the reason why we think we should carry on still making an offering in Afrikaans. It includes more people in our offering. Maybe the last question, how will we ever get to the so-called 50% target, and why do we just group black, colored, and Indian students together in that target? Well, precisely because we know our institution has a problem. You've mentioned that number a few times that we put up in our slides, that so far it is 63% white students. So we know we have a problem on including people from other ethnic groups in South Africa. How do we do that? With a very planned and well-funded recruitment strategy, with bursaries that are targeted at redress, by our language policy, by widening up access and not only sticking with Afrikaans or only sticking with English, by doing our residence placement policy to make sure that people are comfortable and get to know each other and get to enjoy each other and develop with each other as they live, listen and learn together. And then we try, as an institution, to provide exceptional support in class in terms of tutorial support and out of class in the co-curricular situation with what we call the residence educational program. And that includes multicultural education. And we've just recently extended my full-time staff who does just that, multicultural education among students. So those are the mechanisms we have in place and that we are using to increase the diversity of our students. Question was, do we try and maintain a balance between the different language offerings? I tried to show you in that one slide. If you look it up later, you'll see that the English translated to Afrikaans and Afrikaans translated to English is very much in balance. Then talking about the dual medium offering, I explained that we have practical measures to make sure that it's actually working both ways. And I just want to ensure the honourable members, it is not up to the lecturer to decide how he or she will utilize her class context situation. The decision as to in which language the classes will happen next year is set as part of the Senate's program committee in June of the previous year. So if a module is specified to be offered in parallel medium, the lecturer has no choice in that. However, the chairman of the department has a responsibility to make sure that if it's an English-taught module, that the lecturer is competent in teaching in English. And if it's parallel, but also in Afrikaans, the lecturer is competent in teaching Afrikaans. But it's not the choice of the lecturer. It's the duty of the chairperson to make sure that we can, in practice, execute the specification in which the modules must be taught. I hope I've addressed most of the questions. Thank you, Chair.
I'm checking, so can I take it that all the questions have been responded to? Okay, yes. SRC President, you also have got to respond to a question by Honourable Member Kekan.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Honourable Member Kekana. I would firstly like to state that if I actually had the opportunity to do my full presentation, I'm sure that this, what's the word I'm looking for? Disconnect wouldn't have happened in the question. So first of all, what you said was that when I said that the university it's not a racist university, there are racists at the university, and that you said that because of the demographics or it was based around the demographics. So basically, like I said, yes, there are incidents of racism on campus. So that just means, yes, there are more isolated incidents of white racists because of, I'm putting it in plain terms now, because of the demographics. So what I'm trying to get at is, and this would actually also come about in my presentation, is that before Open Stellenbosch and way before the Leicester video, we were aware of incidents like this, and we have been implementing strategies and projects in this regard. In previous SRCs, even the first-generation camps, where first-generation students come to the university and they get, what's the word I'm looking for? They just get they get welcomed into the structures of the university and shown how everything works. Also, the SU Leads conference, where all the student leaders on campus do already get the sensitivity training and also go through all these, Frederik van Zyl-Slabbert courses as well for the specific course. Also, in the beginning of the year, a good quarter before Open Stellenbosch even came on the scene, we already had discussions about the discrimination policy, the discrimination office, and the discrimination officer. So to say that we were unaware of this is also not correct. We have been doing things, but yes, that's why it's about the isolated incidents that have happened over time, which we are addressing with the project. And apart from that, there are also other smaller things, such as opening library hours at more appropriate times, where we've received a lot of support from the management, as well as other transportation issues. So in saying that, we are trying to bring campus together by smaller steps and smaller interventions instead of, that's the only thing the SRC can actually do. So I hope I've answered your question, Honourable Member Kekana.
All right. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I have
members. Oh, there's another
Honourable Chair,
response.
Chairperson. when it's also your question was, Mr. Swart, whether, when all said and done, life will still be the same for a black man, that's basically your question. No, I do not agree with that statement, because the human consciousness has the power to expose the lie of apartheid, where black and colored individuals were seen as inferior to the white brothers and sisters, where the theological justification of such an act was inconsistent to that of the message of the Christian faith. By embracing our humanness and African communal mindset, we can then start embracing our social responsibility for justice and participating in the need for change and equality for all, embracing our diversity and ensuring that each individual has a platform to get educated and reach their full potential individually and yet collectively. For we have a social responsibility in light of our individual identity, which relates to our collective identity, which is our humanity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I just want to check if you've got follow-up questions. And then in the follow-up questions, just one follow-up question per person, so that we can, yeah. Yes, there are those members who really want to leave to go and prepare because they want to go to the house fully prepared for the house as well. So, Honorable Member Mbata, you are excused, but thank you for your participation. There's one hand. It's, Honorable Member Kasim. Any other follow-up question? Honorable Member Kekan. And okay, your question was not replied to. That's why I say follow-up. Okay, you may come in and indicate those questions that were not responded to adequately, and then we take it from there. Honorable Member Kasim, and then it will be Honorable Member Kekan, and then Honorable Member Killian. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I've got a few questions that weren't replied to straight, so it's not necessarily follow-up questions, but I just want to get straight answers on those questions, which I wanted to place follow-ups on.
They were not responded to?
Yes.
Okay. As long as you can be short, we are actually running out of time. It's 25 past.
Sure. Let me try and be brief,
Chair. You can come in with those questions.
Okay. Chair, for example, I asked on why the Dean of Students position was removed. And the answer I got was, we are going to get a Dean of Students. It wasn't necessarily the question. The way I understood it from the SRC report was, there was such a position within the organogram of the university. That office or position was taken out of the organogram of the position of the university, and now with consideration, whatever reasons there may be, it's now being put back into. I want to know what is the rationale when this position was removed, and how that has contributed to a breakdown in relationship with organized student groups. I also asked a question on the home language of the lecturers that are employed. Now I got an answer, but I didn't get specifics as to say, well, we've got so many academic staff that are English home language, we've got so many academic staff that are Afrikaans home language, and whether or not the home language of these lecturers are taken into account in maintaining the direction that the institution is going towards in appointing new academics. There was then a question with regards, that was specifically directed to the rector with regards to the sanction for racist incidents that have taken place. I might have missed it. I wanted to know from, particularly highlighting the incident of a student that was racist within the residences, and there were racial slurs that were taking place, the sanction of a student just being suspended from their place in residence, whether or not the rector felt that this was an adequate deterrent for racial behavior racist behavior rather, at Stellenbosch University, because my own opinion and experience in the matter, having sat on disciplinary committees of institutions, was that such a sanction is like a let-off for the student. It's to try and show that something's done about it without actually a serious sanction taking place. And what exactly happens from the time a complaint is made, or whether it's with an ombud, that there were avenues that were made available. What are the detailed things that happen, and whether students are aware of proper forums where they can report such incidents that take place, and what is being done to conscientize students with regards to their recourse that is available to them. And then lastly, Chair, specifics with regards to particularly around postgraduate funding of students. I mean, the answer that I got was that academically deserving students, we want to make sure that none of them get excluded, and obviously funding is needed for that. That's not the question that I'm asking. The question that I'm asking is exactly how many, or in ballpark figure, how many students that are academically deserving, particularly from disadvantaged backgrounds, cannot get access because there's inadequate funding, particularly to postgraduate studies and so forth. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Over to Honorable Member Kekana.
Chair, I withdraw to save your time.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Member Kekana. I'll now move on to Honorable Member Killian.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think if we haven't said it up front, I think we really want to thank the university leadership. And then also just to say that this was a very good initial discussion about this matter. And you know, our approach is we want to make sure that Stellenbosch excels. I mean, there is absolutely no hidden agenda about this or that or the other. I think that must just be stated up front. Chairperson, and I have said that just to make sure that my harping on the one issue, I just want to get a better understanding. Professor de Villiers has said it is interesting in the year, I think it's this year's first year enrollments, about 47% preferred English medium tuition and 45% Afrikaans medium tuition, if that is correct. I just want to get back to the issue of isiXhosa. If I look at your annual report, 2014, and it's maybe different this year. That's why I posed this question. You see, if I look at your composition and size of student core by home language in 2014, I would have imagined that since it only reflects 3.2% Xhosa, but other official languages of South Africa, 5.1%. That is actually why I am posing the question. And I am just saying it is important that the University of Stellenbosch does not have a Western Cape perspective where isiXhosa is, well, originally the dominant language. We are seeing that people are relocating and people's families are moving in. And is it not wrong to say you can start with isiXhosa, but you will have to start monitoring languages and home languages of other students as well? So that is why I feel uncomfortable if I get the feeling that there is isiXhosa, that's it. That now we are now fully fledged multilingual. I don't believe that that is true, because University of Stellenbosch is a national asset. It is not only because it's situated in the Western Cape, a Western Cape asset. And that is just why I wanted clarity about that. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Member Mulder.
I was just making an observation that the Honourable Member will fight for Afrikaans at UCT as well, I guess. No, that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Shall we then get responses?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, and my apologies for some of these questions that I missed. I'll attempt to answer some of them, and again, refer those ones that can be grouped. I think the first one I want to address from the Honourable Kasim is with regard to the sanctions as to the specific student that was suspended from residence because of alleged racial slurs. So this is a pending investigation. So pending the outcome of this investigation, the student was suspended from residence. It's by no means, that will not be, doesn't mean that that's the end result. The end result could certainly include expulsion from the university, but it will go through the usual disciplinary channels. Now, that also speaks to the question regarding How are we facilitating the access of students to report some of these cases to the Ombud, to the ethics hotline? There's a KPMG hotline. It can be reported either anonymously or to leaders. But and we make that known through various ways. In the orientation program, as new students come on board, we also make it known to some folks here refer to the SU leads. This is the season of student leadership change, and we make that very much a part and parcel of that group. With regard to postgraduate funding, so the postgraduate funding, and as I alluded to, we're increasingly, as a research-intensive university, will increase the numbers of our students that will be postgraduates, and that is where our the priority bursaries are a great priority for us. We last year awarded 588 million rand in bursaries, of which a significant number was actually to postgraduates. And it's also where the university's commitment to an additional stream of income, which is a third stream of income with industry and foreign agencies, etc., where they will also bear the cost of such bursaries. But certainly the goal would be if you academically qualify to come to Stellenbosch, we want you to come. The question from the Honourable Killian with regard to other languages, I think if I understand it correctly, and I apologize if I answered incorrectly, it does not mean that we're only focusing on isiXhosa. And I think the number that was quoted is actually an aggregator of a number of other languages in South Africa. And it is actually worthwhile to again get back to the slide that showed, or that 14% of our students, of the 30,000, are actually from 117 countries. And 56% of our international students are from elsewhere in Africa. So probably the lingua franca is English, because remember, all of our postgraduate studies are in English. But it's a number of different languages that are accommodated. So over to Professor Koopman.
Chair, very briefly on the Dean of Students question from the Honourable Member Kasim. Why it was removed. The function was not removed. The name was removed, but we had still people fulfilling the function, a senior director for student affairs, supported by a director and even more deputy directors. But it became clear that there's something in the name. Students identify more with the name, so we decided to reintroduce the name. So the conversations with the students continued throughout via the senior director, and deputy directors. The question of Mr. Kasim regarding the inclusion of students from disadvantaged communities, socioeconomically disadvantaged. We as a university really strive hard to say where there is academic potential, there should not be financial exclusion. And we even go to the point where when there's a student, we would sometimes negotiate and say, what can the university contribute? What can the faculty? What can the specific department? What can the family? And what can individuals in our communities contribute? I was dean for many years of the Faculty of Theology. And then even sometimes as dean, you would phone people and go through these processes to ensure that that capable student be admitted. And I know of other deans and people from management and in our admin striving to do that.
Chair, may I respond to the question on the home language of our academics and how that's taken into account? We have on our personnel database information on the home language of our academics. Now, I don't want to state the obvious, but we are in the fortunate situation that many of our academics are able to teach in more languages than their home language. By example, some of the English home language academics comfortably teach in another language other than English as well. And some of our academics with South African language as their home language comfortably teach in English. So I've just, as part of the task team's work, to establish whether it is practically possible to expand our multilingual offering, started a survey in every department where the chairperson just has to give me a lift to say, Professor so-and-so is teaching in the following language, and senior lecturer Dr. so-and-so in the following language, so that I can match the matrix of capabilities to the plan, to the capacity necessary to implement the plan. But I'm quite comfortable that we have enough resources to implement the plan as we've put it to you. Thank you, Chair.
Us and Prof and your team and the Department of Education, it does look like we've come to the end of our engagement. I am now going to request the department maybe to make their closing statement, because we're moving towards closure now. Just a closing statement.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I wouldn't be doing this if the minister was here.
I know.
But just to again reiterate what he said earlier on, that we are ready and we are always available to work with the institutions, and in this case, particularly with the University of Stellenbosch, in supporting them in their transformation program. And that is all I would be able to say at the moment. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay. I'm now going to request Professor to make your closing statement.
Ma'am, I really appreciate the opportunity to interact with the Portfolio Committee this morning. It was I found it a valuable interaction, and again would like to extend a very warm welcome and invitation to the campus to come and visit us there and see what we do as we journey forth on the journey of transformation. We're imperfect, we're incomplete, but we're steadfast.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable members, I would like to thank firstly the Minister for having availed himself for this meeting. And indeed, he did give a very good, I'll say, an overview which laid a very good foundation for our engagement. I would also like to thank you, Professor de Villiers, and your team. Firstly, for responding. We know that you are very busy, and today is a weekday. Some of you, I know you should have attended to the students, but you must apologize on our behalf, because we thought this matter was very urgent. It needed to be nipped in the bud. So, but thank you very much for availing yourself. But also, for the students who came to see us, I requested for your permission, and you did grant them permission to come over. So thank you for your understanding. And just to explain that part, we thought they must not think we are undermining them because they're students. But because they are this concerned group, we thought it will be good we listen to them and then come and listen to management, so that we have a balanced view in our engagement. So, but thank you very much. It is true that a lot has been said, and I agree with you that we've had a constructive engagement where we engaged and identified gaps, and all of us looked at how best can those gaps be closed. I would like to reiterate the point raised by many speakers that the university has a good academic excellence record and a wider international recognition. That's something very good about the institution. But we then thought, if we don't deal with these problems, these noises, that would tarnish the image. And we don't want this image to be tarnished. We really would like to maintain it or take it to greater heights. I heard you saying that you're number 3 in South Africa. After having met you and having engaged with you, I want you to go to number 1. You have what it will take for you to go to number 1. If only you can deal with these things that have the potential of tarnishing the image of this good institution of higher learning. Well, key in our engagement was commitment by the university to an accelerated transformation journey. It was clear that you are on a transformation journey, but if you look at the 21 years down the line, there are still noises, which means there's something that has to be done so that we, at least we quell these noises. It is a transformation journey characterized by a radical transformation of the university culture. That's what came from this thing, that it has got to be radical transformation this time moving forward. And I'm sure you also can contextualize it correctly, because the president at the beginning of this very term said we are operating in a radical socio-economic transformation phase. So hence the word radical transformation. Now, we're talking about radical transformation of the university culture so that it is accommodative of all students, regardless of their color, race, or creed. And they are made to feel part and parcel of the institution. We commend the university for not denying the lived-in experiences of the students in the Leicester video, and the commitment to investigate and act on the racism, violence, discrimination, sexism, and exclusion of students and lecturers from other cultures. We welcome the 2013 to 2018 university institutional intent. However, we are of the view that some issues would require urgent and radical intervention. Some issues. Well, all said and done, we would like to appeal to the university not to victimize the students of Open Stellenbosch. What came out from our engagement with them, this is one issue that I thought I should elevate, was the high risk of their safety and security. Remember, that's where this violence is located. Their safety and security. So we would like to recommend that this matter be prioritized, talk about their safety and security, and given immediate attention so that they can also normalize and become part and parcel of this transformation of the institutional culture, and not run away or drop out because they are scared for their life. Members noted an impasse with the Open Stellenbosch group. We would like to urge the university management to open communication channels with the group and find amicable solution. There is no insurmountable problem. You just need to find the solution. And the solution will come in proper communication and also willingness to change. we're so excited about your social responsibility towards the rural and disadvantaged schools. We really would like to thank you because this will ensure that they also improve their academic performance. You'll be surprised, they need it badly. But thanks to your wisdom here of targeting them so that you can also assist them and ensure that they also improve in their academic performance. Well, the reality that came from your presentation was, and I wish even the students can understand this one, is that you have no jurisdiction over the Elsenberg Institute for Agriculture. I know that the department has a plan for migration of that to the department of agricultural colleges, but for now, the status quo is you have no jurisdiction. So I wish they can understand it. I don't know who can make them understand it, but they need to understand, because where you have no jurisdiction, it means you can't go in there, because that will be seen as interference. And then as I close, let me repeat that racism and discrimination at the Stellenbosch University, we have all agreed that is a microcosm of the country, and there is a need to address this challenge comprehensively, including developing national programs to promote social cohesion. Well, with these few closing remarks, actually the belly will even make members to be so uncomfortable and leave us whilst talking. I must say that we really appreciate the engagement and the commitment to correct. We're not saying it's going to happen overnight, but the commitment to we will appreciate a follow-up meeting whereby you will then, this time around, give us your presentation on your accelerated plan for this radical transformation. With these few words, I really would like to thank all of you and the students there. Your vision must be more towards the new president, towards transformation of the student body. But thank you very much. Indeed, we've had a meaningful engagement. The meeting stands adjourned.
will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. You may be seated. We now come to notices of motion. Does any member wish to give a notice of motion? Yes, Honorable Mashile.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates the impact of illegal or undocumented foreign nationals on our socio-economic conditions. I so move.
Thank you. Any further notices without motion? Does any member wish to give the notice of a motion? Yes, Honorable Dunjo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, it discuss, debate the improvement of saving water in our country. So I move.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the EFF that in its next sitting, the House debates the persistent practice by wine farm owners in the Northern and Western Cape who continue to pay farm workers in a plastic bag with a piece of paper with their name and farm grocery shop debt written on it. The amount already deductible, some alcohol, and as a result, many farm workers take home less than 20 rand of their wage.
Yes, Honourable Member.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting the House debates the long-term and potentially job-jeopardizing impact of imposing a 10% duty on steel imports.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of EFF that in its next sitting, the House debates the importance of building state and government capacity, which will lead to the abolishment of tenders, considering the 500 billion, almost half of the annual budget is spent through inefficient and poorly administered tender system, and it is poor people who suffer the most. I so move.
Thank you. Honourable Kekana.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that the House in its next sitting debate the NSFAS funding framework and student bursary allocation to align with government allocation so as to avoid late treasury allocation to students.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Member at the back.
Thank you, Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the 2.8 billion rands of misappropriated funds at PRASA.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Member.
I rise on behalf of the EFF to move that in its next sitting, the House debates the development of a technology university whose primary focus will be technological innovation to lead the industrial development requirements of the country. I so move.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House, at its next sitting, debates the water supply problems experienced by the Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality and the insistence of the ANC-controlled council to address this by building a pipeline from the Garib Dam, despite the availability of sustainable alternatives at a much lower cost. I so move.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates ways to stabilize the labor environment, improving disputes resolution and shop floor relations. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the EFF to move that in its next sitting, the House debates developing standards for our hospital and other health institutions to ensure that they are run by properly qualified personnel with adequate healthcare experience.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Member.
I rise on behalf of the EFF to move that in its next sitting, the House debates the implementation of a minimum wage of 4,500 for all domestic workers in South Africa who continue to suffer gross dehumanization working in the homes of those who once enslaved us.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Member.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I rise on behalf of the EFF that in its next sitting, the House debates the National Treasury and SARS approach towards tax avoidance, which serves to protect the multinational corporation profits and blame following of the dictates of the OECD practices that makes it easy for multinational corporations to avoid taxes. I so move.
Thank you. Honourable members, we now come to motions without notice. Are there any members with motions? Okay. Honourable members, please be alert and up and about. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I hereby move on behalf of ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates empowering of people with disabilities so as to reduce inequality and poverty affecting them. I move.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Member. We are still on notices without motion. Sorry? Hang on a little bit. Is there still anybody else with a notice without motion? So that, go ahead. Notice of motion, rather. Yes, Honourable Kubisa.
Yes, Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the NFP, I rise to move that on the next sitting day of the House discusses the spate of road accidents in our region. Thank you.
Thank you. We're moving to motions without notice. Go ahead on that.
The ANC moves without notice that the House notes with sadness the passing of legendary actor Roland Mkwebu from renal failure at the eThekwini Heart Hospital and Heart Center on Friday, 28 August 2015. Further knows that the 74-year-older is known for his role as Ntate Mkhize on SABC's one classical sitcom, Emzini Wezinsizwa. 3, acknowledges that Ntate Mkhize was really passionate about his acting career and has appeared in different sitcoms, including Shaka Zulu. 4, believes that this departure is a loss to the arts and culture fraternity, as he was one of the remaining legends who shared their knowledge and mentor the youth. 5, conveys condolences to his wife, Pinky Mwebu, and their 4 children. I so move.
If there are no objections, put the motion.
Condolences to the family, but we object to the opportunistic conduct of the ANC. Thank you.
Motions fall away. Yes, Honourable Member, in the back.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The ANC moves without notice that the House notes the success of the people of Kala Reserve in the Eastern Cape. This happened when they successfully challenged the decision by the royal family, the MEC for local government and traditional affairs, and the Premier to impose a headman on this community. The people of Kala Reserve had made their choice of the headman in the name of Gideon Sitwai, whose name had been rejected by the royal family, MEC for local government and traditional affairs, and the Premier. Further, note that the judgment by the Bishop High Court that the headman chosen by the people should be recognized is appreciated.
The people of Kala Reserve had spoken. People should govern, power to the people, not to the authorities. The customary law should be upheld, not violated by the authorities. I so move. Thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
The ANC objects. Thank you.
Okay. Next. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the NFP without notice that this House notes that 5 people were arrested at OR Tambo International Airport after being found with undeclared currency totaling 73.2 million by officials of the South African Revenue Services on Friday, the 28th of August. Further notes that 5 suspects were passengers who were scheduled to leave South Africa on United Arab Emirates flight to Dubai. And finally notes that the arrest